Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
We thank thee, dear God, that you still reign supreme in all of these. Today, we thank you that we can meet together through technology. Ano naman, hindi ko naririnig.
Good morning, fellow educators from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and Cambodia. We apologize for the technical difficulties we encountered this morning, and I think this is what happens when we go live, but however, we're trying to fix everything from our end. Welcome to this year's Christian Educators Training webinar. Last year, we suddenly shifted to a CET webinar, and we were hoping that we will be going back to face-to-face classes within the school year. However, we are here on the second CET webinar. Despite the limitations we have, we are simply thankful to the Lord that we have this opportunity to continue serving all of you. We have encountered many changes, and while we may say we are getting used to the online delivery mode, we pray that we will have the opportunity to spend time, as in actual and not virtual time, with our students. The Remote Learning Center education kept us connected with them through scoring and tutoring on the side. But the main goal is to maintain the human touch that our kids and teenagers need. Remember that education is the communication of life from the living to the living. We are here as educators, administrators, supervisors, and monitors to reach not just the minds of our students, but their hearts. This is our priority. We are blessed that we can continue to minister, not work, but to minister in the midst of this pandemic. This is the reason we are here these 2 days, to charge you and to be recharged as we look forward to the school year 2021-2022. I officially welcome you to the CET webinar 2021. This is Pastor Eric Bernard Santos, Deputy Director of School of Tomorrow Philippines, and I will be serving as your host. And let me introduce our webinar moderator, all the way from Davao City, our consultant for executive support services, Mrs. Maria Mimosa Pranza. Ma'am Pranza.
A blessed day to you, Pastor Eric, our distinguished speakers, and all our participants. Who would have thought that this year's CET will still be in a virtual format? I remember last year I was still able to travel to Manila and was with you and our tech team at the School of Tomorrow headquarters. But since our CET is again placed under MECQ, here am I, coming to you live from Davao City.
Thank you, Ma'am Pranza, and we will have more opportunities to talk with each other later. We'll begin our CET webinar 2021 with a keynote address from the founder and executive director of School of Tomorrow Philippines. His father, missionary Frank Hoagie, came to the Philippines after World War II with his family to minister to the Filipino people. Having been exposed to his father's ministry, Reverend Delbert Hoagie returned to the U.S. to finish Bible school and then came back to the Philippines with his wife, Laura Hoagie, in 1967, before many of you were born. They founded the Accelerated Christian Education here in the Philippines. What started as a family need to bring Christian education to their children is now a movement that reaches thousands of children and young people. In fact, many graduates of the system are testimonies to the blessing of the School of Tomorrow system in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, our founder and executive director, Reverend Delbert Hoagie.
Hello, I'm Pastor Hoagie, and it's a joy to be with you for this CET 2021. What a wonderful, wonderful time we're having as we're closing out the school year, as we're getting ready to start another year of God's blessing. I'm so glad you've joined us this year. You know, our theme for this current year is strengthening our hands. Not as important, you may say, for today, because in days gone by, things were done by hand. We have power tools to do what was accomplished by hand in the past. But you know, we can apply our immediate title, charge, because without a battery, the tool often doesn't work. We can even say that our gadgets have to be powered up and charged up. So we're talking about battery power to get things done by our hands. I looked up the definition of charge, and it means to replenish power, to excite, or to attack in a battle, moving forward. The Psalms were the songs of Israel. They sang their stories and instruction to each other by the songs which they sang perhaps around their family gatherings. And we're going to look today at Psalm 78 and see an example of that. Help me consider the words in just a few moments, even if we don't know the melody of the song. Sometimes I hear people say, don't listen to the music, just listen to the words. Well, that's what we're asking to do. You know, if every 20 years, all information, technology, and progress were obliterated, what would life be like? I wonder if during my lifetime, every 20 years, there was all information eradicated and we had to start over from ground zero. What would we choose if we had a choice to say, I want to keep this, or I want to keep that, or I want to keep something else? I remember several years ago when I was in Bukidnon, and I did something that I had never done before. I had a cell phone. I had a cell phone, not like this one. It was one of those flip phones, you know, and we've come a long way since then. Well, I had the opportunity on that particular time to call my dad from Bukidnon, and it sounded like we were just in the neighborhood on the phone. But what if all of that was gone? What if we had to go back maybe 10, 15 years ago? Would you be happy? Would you trade anything? What kind of a world would we live in? What changes have come in our lifetime that we'd be willing not to pass on to the next generation? Well, spiritually speaking, this is generally what we have done when we don't impress on the following generations, our children and our grandchildren, that there were some truths that never change. There are some things in the Word of God, and there are things from eternity past that must be taught. If they're not taught by previous generations or learned by succeeding generations, it's like starting all over again. We're going to look at three main things in our study. First, the quality of purpose, and this is Psalm 78. So if you have your Bible, as soon as I pray, we're going to go right there. Father, thank you for the opportunity of being with these, your chosen special servants. We thank you that we can be a part of reaching generations, and we do so with the confidence in knowing that you have commanded this of us. So as we gather together, even by this means of new technology, you hear our prayer, you illuminate our minds, and you guide our hearts and thoughts. In Jesus' name, amen. Quality of purpose, Psalm 78. We're going to begin reading in verse 1. The psalmist says, "Give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come the praises of the Lord and his strength and his wonderful works that he hath done. For he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who should arise and declare them to their children, that they might set their hope in God and not forget the works of God, but keep his commandments and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with God. Wow. Here, a call is made to people caught in the middle of generations. The information was received from previous ones, and it's to be passed on to future generations. Truth is passed on from one generation to another by stories or parables. And if it's not, there is nothing to build on, and there must be a starting over. Or we start learning from others whose source might be questionable as well. We find in verse 4 our first thought. In verse 4, we will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come the praises of the Lord, his strength and wonderful works. So we say, who is important? Who's important? We find that in the phrase, the praises of the Lord. You see, they wanted to sing of their Lord and his praise, not their earthly heroes. So often we look at earthly heroes and we say, wow, look at that. And then we a little later find out they have feet of clay, don't we? And we say, oh, nah, I don't want them for my hero. And that's what God is trying to get us to teach our children. Don't keep your eyes on men. Put your eyes on the Lord. Second, his strength, remembering how he delivered these people from the hand of the mighty Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. With a strong and mighty arm, he brought them forth. And then thirdly, his wonderful works. And they are remembering how he preserved them, how he protected them, how he provided for them during the 40 years of wandering in the barren wilderness, the desert with no water at their disposal, 2 million Jews waiting and crying out and needing water and needing food for years and years and years. This is what God has done. What has he given us? He established a testimony. Verse 5, he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children. Now notice with me, if you would please, he established a testimony. These are the stories of their ancestors who followed and served God, who was so unlike the gods of those in the land where they dwelt. Remember, Abram came and believed in God. God counted it to him for righteousness. And then later, he was tested and he was taught and he went through a whole series of things in his lifetime, all recorded so that people could recognize it's the Lord that deserves the praise. It says a testimony of Jacob. Jacob's story is one of subterfuge and trickery and deceit. Well, his very name, Jacob, means supplanter. In the Philippines, we would say, oh, he had the crab mentality in actions. He went here and tried to get something over there. He lied about who he was to his father. And then he even stole, trading shrewdly with his brother, sold him a mess of pottage for the birthright. And then what happened? He had to leave home because of this bad relationship with his brother and with his father. Oh, his story was not one which we would have wanted. We would say, God, why did you include that in the Bible? Why is the story of Jacob, this trickster, this guy who lied? Well, he appointed a testimony in Jacob, and he established a testimony in Jacob. He appointed the law where? In Israel. The law here that he's talking about was given before any Mosaic time. They were talking about something else. They were talking about something other than a moral or a religious law. It was the law of a promise-fulfilling God. Why do I say that? Because God had said to Abram, I will bless thee, I will make you a blessing, and those who bless you, I will bless. He had a promise that they would be a blessing. But Abram, his name meant father of high places. And it took a while for God to work on Abram until God could say, I'm going to change your name. You are no longer Abram, you are Abraham, the father of many nations. What about Jacob? Jacob, when he met God at the brook and he began to wrestle with him, the angel of the Lord said, I have to leave. And Jacob clung to him and said, I will not let you go until you, what? Bless me. Wait a minute. It was Jacob that went to his father for a blessing, and he said what? Well, his father was blind and he was feeling him. He felt like Esau, and he said, what's your name? And he said, Esau. He lied. He didn't tell the truth. He got the blessing, but by subterfuge. That's human viewpoint thinking. Getting the blessing of God and people around us by doing things we are told we shouldn't do. So now here at the brook, as they're wrestling, I want your blessing, he says to the angel, and the angel says, what's your name? And he says, my name is Jacob. I'm the supplanter. I'm the supplanter. We begin to see that Jacob is ready for a new name. We begin to see that Jacob says, I don't want to be Jacob. I'm ready for something else. So God says, you're no longer Jacob. I'm going to call you Israel because you have prevailed with God and you will prevail with men. A prince. Now, why is it so important that we see that God is a God of promises and a God of change and a God who will not forget what he has said? Verse 6. Go to verse 6. That the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who should arise and declare them to their children. That's third and fourth generation. That they might set their hope in God and not forget the works of God, but keep his commandments, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with God. So let's see if we can clarify. First reason why it's important, that generations may know them. The testimonies equal the history of people in our world. Not very good. We're sinners. We need change. Then the law of Israel, the testimonies of Jacob, that's the bad side. But when God intervenes and God comes on the picture, now it's the law of Israel. The rules for life now apply to you because you are now royalty. You're a prince. And from Israel came all the nation of Israel, all the sons of Israel. The purpose so that they may know the testimonies and the law, the rules for life. That their confidence, secondly, or their hope would be strong. Oh, this is so needed in our world today, where fear is creeping in like a silent snake, ready to claim a victim. Do we understand how very, very subtle Satan has come into our societies? The third was that God's rule for life not be forgotten or disregarded. The Lord God is the originator of life, not some variant fluke of chance. The staggering chances of evolution are statistically impossible for the world to exist as it does and balance everything out without a master designer. There must be a master designer. Scientists of every persuasion in every category of science are saying we live in such a complicated, masterfully designed world. There had to be a designer because there's so much design. The fourth thing, he says that they do not repeat the failures of those before. The nonsense of evolutionary change giving us a complex world like we have is spreading. Why? Because people close their eyes. They will not see. They close their ears. They refuse to hear. They close their minds and say, we will not even think. Their attitude was stubborn and rebellious. It's not just a behavior issue. There is an attitude problem. And where do the attitudes come from? They come from a heart. The heart was not set aright. You, Christian educators, are dealing with heart issues. Heart issues. I remember the story of a mechanic talking to a heart surgeon. And this mechanic talking to the heart surgeon was a little bit irritated because, well, here's what he said to the surgeon. Listen, doc, I take an engine, I take it apart, I replace the valves, I clean it all up, I make sure everything is smooth and as it should be, and I put it back together and it runs just beautifully like it's brand new. He said, you take somebody, you open them up, you work on this, you work on this, you work on something else, then you sew them back up. And when you do that, you get thousands and thousands of pesos. If I do it, I get hundreds. How come there's such a difference in what we get? I think I should get at least as much as you do. And the doctor said, let me explain it to you. In order for you to receive the same amount that I do your work while the engine's running. That's right. That's right. We are dealing with living, breathing people, children, future generations. And we must realize that their engine is running, and so is ours. And our knowledge is just not enough to be able to work on such a complex problem. Their spirit was not steadfast, it said. Their attitude was wrong. Their heart was wrong. Their spirit was not steadfast with God. You know, only when the Holy Spirit is correctly taught and his ministry is emphasized in our schools and in our own lives will the next generation be properly adjusted to God's plan for life. Well, let's make some applications. God doesn't want his people to be unlearned of the past. We should teach history to our boys and girls. We should not leave out the history of the Word of God because God was there in the beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. He is the witness to what happened, and he told someone to write down what took place. And we must be knowledgeable, yes, of all of the other things in our life, in our time, in human history. Number two, he has given us insights from his word. He assures us in his plan that we can learn from our mistakes. Oh, all of the things in the Bible where these guys made these bad choices and bad decisions, we should learn from their mistakes so that we don't have to learn them from our mistakes. We should learn truth from him. And then we should share it with our children and grandchildren. You see, our hope for the future, our confidence, it's not found in science, so-called. It's not found in the vapor of mindless speculation. It's found in the word of the eternal God. Oh, history and time and nations and human nature all point to a God who sent his son to live a sinless life, die a substitutionary death, and then rise from the grave. If we don't give the foundational confidence that he is in control of all that we see going on around us, we offer only a chaotic world to our generation and those who come after it. No lasting peace or joy. Why is there so much talk today of young people committing suicide? Because they have no confidence in the world around them. It's chaotic, it's meaningless. In Christ Jesus and the eternal God, we offer hope in the midst of turmoil and death. We offer a life with meaning and an eternity settled because of his promise. Well, that is how we understand God's purposes. Now let's look that there's an ACE School of Tomorrow way that God's purposes are going to be taught to the next generation. And we look at the quality of the priorities, which are significant and unique, forming the School of Tomorrow system. We're going to contrast. On one side, you will see there's ACE School of Tomorrow. On the other side, conventional. The first is this: ACE requires the child to master the material, as opposed to conventional education, which simply says, here are the minimum requirements, not mastery, minimum. We talk about minimums, not mastery. Big difference. What does this mean? What will it produce? And how is it done? It's done through a scoped and sequenced curriculum in the ACE School of Tomorrow system. But in the conventional system, you have this teacher writing this lesson plan, and across the way, this teacher writing a lesson plan that's not the same as this one, and this one not the same. And here you have a teacher that begins to teach a child when he's first grade or when he's preschool, kindergarten, and then all of a sudden, in 4 or 5 years, he's way up here, and they don't know each other. They don't talk to each other. They don't have a plan. So what do we have? We have a scoped and sequenced curriculum, not varied lesson plans and schedules. We know what the student accomplishes when they are promoted to the next level. Number 3, we emphasize character with academics. The conventional educational system says academics, but let's work in a little bit of values, they call it. A few values. No, ACE School of Tomorrow says it's character. It's character that counts. Academics will follow. The Bible says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all of these other things will be added. They will come in their time. Number 4, notice there is an individual mentality, every child being unique, every child being different, versus a batch mentality. Here we deal with individuals. Over here, you're part of a group. You're part of this group that gets brought in, and you may be at this point of understanding. You may be up here. You may be a little bit different. And one teacher stands up and tries to minister to all of them. No, we don't have the individual individual mentality without a purpose. We are individually oriented versus batch orientation or grade orientation. Number 5, we are student focused. Again, right along the same thing with the individual, we emphasize that every student being unique has to be dealt with on the uniqueness of who they are, what their background is, what is their tendency, how are they made up, how did God make them unique? And so we get into some things that the world has even tried to copy. We get into tracking. We get into those things that help this student begin to say, this is what God wants me to do. On the other hand, there's the teacher-focused instruction. And this human focus leads to a subjectivity. So you want a good grade? Make your teacher happy. If you don't make your teacher happy, you'll get a lower grade. No, no, no. That should not be the case. And we see number 6, self-instruction, learning to set goals, learning to evaluate where I have to go, what I have to do to accomplish this, and set forth. One of the greatest things that has ever come to anyone who has done the ACE School of Tomorrow system of education. What is it? Learning to be responsible for themselves, learning how to study, learning how to dig. On the other hand, you find what? There's a time-based schedule. So many hours in the classroom, so many weeks in the quarter, so many quarters in the year, so many years, and then you graduate. So you're not interested in content. You're interested in fulfilling time. Time, just put your time in. It doesn't matter what comes out of your effort. And so many times I've been told, Pastor, it doesn't matter if I study hard or I don't study at all, I still get the same grade. So we are content focused as opposed to teacher dependency and time-based. Oh, the teacher, we don't have teachers. The Holy Spirit is our teacher. He is our guide. And so when we sit down and we say, I really need to be able to concentrate on what God has taught me so I can write this test, you know what happens? The child prays to the Holy Spirit. Doesn't ask the teacher for the answers. He asks the Lord. And the content of their heart is what is important. Oh, friend, can't you see the difference? Not depending upon the teacher, but the staff, the supervisor, and monitor are guiding and guarding the character development of this child while they're getting this content from the paces and from God. So we have emphasized the fact that it's a character-based system. And I want to look very quickly at the quality of produced character. And we jump to Daniel chapter 3, a story that you know well. 3 Hebrew young men who were part of the administration of Nebuchadnezzar. They had been elevated, as we read in chapter 1 with Daniel. They are now at this point, and they are challenged when the king says, when you hear the music, bow down and worship the idol of me. And they say, no, we can't do it. Verses 1 through 7 of Daniel 3. The challenge they faced was great. B, the compromise they refused. They said, no, we can't do it. And even when the king gave them a second chance and explained, oh, I don't want this to happen to you. Don't even have to think about it, king. We won't do it. They refused to compromise. Number 3, or C, the confidence they possessed. They even said, it doesn't matter what chance you give us. It doesn't matter, because whether you throw us in or if you don't throw us in, we worship Jehovah God. So the king was so angry. And by the way, when people sometimes see our confidence in the School of Tomorrow system, they become angry. They become defensive, just like the king did. And so they were thrown into the fire. The king said, I will teach you. Who do you think you are? Who do you think this God is? I've seen all kinds of gods and no one can stand up to me. They were thrown into the fire. It was so hot, the people who threw them in died. They were not scorched or burned, not even their clothes had the smell of smoke on them. But they enjoyed companionship. Who was it? The angel of the Lord. I think none other than Jesus Christ himself. The king looks in and the king says, who is that fourth person in there? I thought we only threw in 3. Now I see 4. And he looks like Son of God. They enjoyed companionship. You know, when you begin to find out that there are people who are using the School of Tomorrow system all over the Philippines, it's great. But it's even better when you find out that they're in all the countries almost of the world. People are studying and learning through ACE, School of Tomorrow. There's a companionship. But the most important is, because of the emphasis on the Word of God in our curriculum, there is the companionship of the Holy Spirit and the dependency upon God. Well, when you leave verse 24 through 27 and get to 28 and 30, then they have a witness of a confession. Who confesses? They confessed when they were thrown in. They are now witnessing the confession of Nebuchadnezzar, the king himself. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But the confession that they witnessed and the confession that they see going on in the hearts and minds of the people around them as well. Here's what it says in verse 28. Nebuchadnezzar spake and said, blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel and delivered his servants that trusted in him and have changed the king's word and yielded their bodies, that they might not serve or worship any god except their own God. Wow. Therefore, he says, I make a decree that every people, nation, and language which speak anything amiss against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be cut in pieces, their houses shall be made a dunghill, because there is no other God that can deliver after or like this. Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. So the king blesses their God. What a testimony coming from a pagan king who had asked in Daniel 3, verse 15, who is that God who will deliver you from my hands? So arrogant. Well, he found out, didn't he? He knows he's the God of the Hebrews. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who defied him and were willing to suffer. He's the God who sends a savior. He sent his angel to be with them and protect them. He's the God of great power. He says he delivered his servants. They're not my servants. He recognizes these guys, these 3 are not my servants. They wouldn't do what I told them to do. They're the servants of God. And he is worthy of trust. He says they trusted in him. He is also the God worthy of full surrender. The frustration of the king's word, they yielded their bodies as a witness to the fact that the king did not own them. He's the God who demands exclusive allegiance, that they should not serve or worship any God except Jehovah God. And then he blesses them. And you know, the purpose and the reason why we should be involved in education is to bless them. To bless them. Jacob said, bless me, Father. Who are you? Esau. he comes to the Lord and he says, I won't let you go unless you bless me. Who are you? What's your name? I'm Jacob. I need your blessing more than I need anything else. We want to bless the next generation. This means more than education. Education just lasts from the time you start school until probably you die. But that child, that student, that young man and young lady, they're more than just the number of years between birth and death. They go into eternity. And this means that we should influence every generation because they're going into eternity. Are you afraid of where you're going to spend eternity? Well, you don't have to be afraid of eternity. You just have to be afraid of the destination, the location where you will spend it. There must be an illumination of the mind. But if the heart is not affected, there will only be an external modification, and it's only behavior changing. God says, I want to change you. I want to change you from Abram to Abraham. I want to change you from Jacob to Israel. He says, I want to change that young man from being one of rebellion and rejection of authority to one who submits and says, I need your blessing. You see, future generations will have to suffer through the learning process again and again if we don't teach them correctly. It says this. Let me summarize. That the generations to come, even the children which should be born to the next generation, would set their hope in God and not forget the works of God, but keep his rules for life, not being stubborn or rebellious, but setting their heart aright and having their spirit steadfast with God. Oh, Christian educator today, you're in a pivotal place. We are involved in changing lives and asking God, take this child, make him this or this, make them what you want them to be. Such a responsibility. We can do nothing except ourselves. Go to God and say, God, I need your help every time I go into the learning center, every time I pick up my gadget or my phone or my computer and interact with this student. God, give me the ability to impress upon them the testimonies of Jacob and the law of Israel, that God is a changing, promise-keeping God. Thank you for the part you play in this great change of life for every student. We never know when God reaches down and touches them with his word, and our textbook is his word. Bow with me and dedicate your heart anew and afresh. Father, as we're at this training, as you have given us this great privilege to gather through these means of technology today, we thank you that the forces of evil cannot stop your work. That work goes on in the changing of lives because it's your word. It will not return void. Thank you for allowing us to partner with school ministries, church ministries, educational ministries, but life-changing ministries. Bless each one that participates, receives the training, and those who participate in giving the training, that we all might realize the part that we play is a testimony of your work in our lives and in the lives of boys and girls that you will change for all eternity. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Sir Hoagie, for that keynote address. A great reminder that we have a purpose in why we do the things that we do, and that purpose sets the foundation for what we do, our significant and unique priorities in the ACE School of Tomorrow system. In the end, it's character that counts. It is this sense of character that is based on a relationship with Jesus Christ that we want to pass on to the next generation and to the next and to the next. That they would set their hope in God and not forget the works of God. That was a powerful ending from Sir Hoagie. We have a heavy responsibility, but what a privilege to make an impact not only in our own lifetime, but beyond. For those of you who probably missed the message of Sir Hoagie, what we're going to do is we're going to have the recording of the entire leg one this morning, okay? The morning, day one of leg one on YouTube. So we'll be posting that. So if you miss Sir Hoagie's teaching, you will be able to view it again later. And also, after, probably during the break or before we end this morning's webinar, we'll be giving you instructions on how you'll be able to access our webinar day 2 tomorrow. Either it's through the portal or through YouTube. Please wait for that announcement. Again, we apologize for the technical difficulties we encountered. It's actually the whole website of School of Tomorrow Philippines that went down. But we're fixing everything by the grace of God. Pray for us. Pray for our technical people so all things will work together for the glory of God. Okay. A little bit of a reminder for those of you who logged in your questions earlier, please note that this is not our attendance portal. Okay, if you put in your question, that does not mean that is your attendance. But again, we're also going to be a bit more considerate in terms of our attendance today because of what happened in the technical aspect of our operations this morning. So at this point, I would like to ask Ma'am Pranza to share with us a little bit about the assessment and evaluation for this webinar.
Thank you, Pastor Eric. In this new normal type of webinar platform, when we are limited, so limited with just seeing each other on our laptop or gadget screens, feedback, whether in the form of a short comprehensive quiz or an evaluation form wherein we ask for your opinions about what happened during this 2-day webinar is really priceless. That's why for this year's Christian Educators Training Webinar, to make the most of your experience, we are only asking you to fill out an assessment at the end of the second day. That will be tomorrow. Aside from this 40-point post-training assessment of learning, you are also required to fill out an program evaluation form. The links of these assessment and evaluation form will be sent to your emails right before the last session tomorrow. So these are our requirements aside from your record of daily attendance for the release of your certificates with 6 CPD units from PRC. The links of the assessment and program evaluation will be closed for submission at 4 p.m. tomorrow, so that you will have enough time to be able to review. If you haven't, if you missed, especially some sessions this morning, then you still have time. So the deadline for submission of our assessment and program evaluation will be at 4 p.m. tomorrow. So please make sure that you have updated emails on our registration records so that you can receive the links tomorrow right before the last session. Further, please make sure that you have logged in individually since your daily attendance is also recorded. Thank you.
Pranza, thank you so much again. I would like to give you a heads up on the upcoming activities for the rest of the school year, or the year 2021 rather. July 5 to 13 will be our PATS basic course, okay? And we would like to remind you this is for new administrators of new schools, or administrators of school shifting to the School of Tomorrow system, and newly appointed administrators and principals of our existing schools. That's July 5 to 13. It's going to be Pat's basic course via Zoom. And this coming September and October, we're going to have a few activities. First is the EdCon, okay, Educators Convention for this year. That's September 23 and 24 for leg 1, and September 30 and October 1st for leg 2. And then we're going to have the first virtual JSC. So wait for further announcements. And then October 4 to 8, we're going to have the second run of our PATS Advanced course via Zoom. This is actually for administrators who have served for at least 5 years in their schools. It was a great experience for our first PATS Advanced course last month. Okay? Was it last month or this month? Okay? So I'm getting confused with our schedule now. But definitely October will be a great experience for many of you. And November and December, we're going to come up with our virtual NSC. So wait for the announcements so that your schools, your students can prepare. We are now ready for our next session. And I would like to ask Ma'am Pranza to do the honor of introducing our next speaker.
It's indeed a privilege for me to introduce our next speaker. Our speaker is considered a thoroughbred of the School of Tomorrow system, having finished her ABCs, elementary, and high school at Cavite Bible Baptist Academy. She finished her Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in Early Childhood Education at the De La Salle University Dasmariñas in 2008. She then joined the Philippine Christian School of Tomorrow after graduation in 2008 and is currently a preschool teacher at PCST. Additionally, she is married to a graduate of PCST who also served as one of their staff some years back. They are blessed with a 5-year-old boy who will also be enrolled at PCST this coming school year. To speak on the foundations of our early childhood education, please help me welcome Mrs. Christian Grace Kaiser.
Good morning, pastors, principal, teachers, and administrators. I am a preschool teacher from the Philippine Christian School of Tomorrow. My prayer is that we can all learn new things from today's presentation and have fun in our session. The aim of this presentation is to help everyone appreciate and embrace the School of Tomorrow early childhood educational system in its entirety, and see the importance of having professionally trained early childhood educators in our school. Before we start, let's have a short game. This is one of my favorite preschool activities because it demonstrates the listening skills and alertness of the children in my learning center. It is called the traffic light game. You can pretend to be different kinds of cars. I will play the role of a traffic light. When I say green, you need to go around the room. When I say green, you need to go around the room. When I say yellow, that means you need to jog. You need to jog in place without moving forward. When I say red, you need to stop moving. Okay, let's review. When I say green, you need to go around the room. Go around the room. When I say yellow, that means you need to jog in place without moving forward. When I say red, you need to stop moving. Okay, now everybody, please stand. Green. Yellow. Green. Red. Green. Yellow. Red. Wow, I like how you listened well and followed instructions. You may now sit, hands on head, hands on your shoulders, hands on your lap. One more time, hands on head, hands on your shoulders, hands on your lap. Now, It's my turn to talk and your turn to listen. Whose turn to talk? Whose turn to listen? Okay, now let's start. What is early childhood? Most sources, including the UNESCO and the University of Pennsylvania, define this as being between birth and 8 years old. In her book, The Good Parent, Debbie Watkins says, during this time of early childhood, young children will learn more, experience more, and retain more than any other stage of development across the human lifespan. Research shows that early childhood is crucial to a child's development. This is especially true during the first 5 years of the child's life. From birth to 5 years old, the biggest development in the brain occurs. At birth, the brain is 1/4 size of a normal adult brain. During the first year, it doubles in size. By the time the child is 3 years old, it is 80% the size of an adult brain. By 5 years old, it is 90% that size. Experts believe that these years are a time of risk or resilience. Their experiences in this crucial stage will either put them at risk of developing problems later in life or give them the ability to get victory over life's challenges. Maria Montessori observes the most important period of life is not the age of university studies, but the first one, the period from birth to the age of 6. This is why the role of early childhood teachers is crucial for this stage of development. Early childhood education serves as an introduction to basic life skills. These skills are very important in later learning. These life skills include caring for oneself in the toilet or opening one's lunchbox without help. Learning these skills is just important as learning how to read and write. Being able to do this task will help kids do other things that are more complicated. Just to give you an example, in preschool we train students to trace and follow broken lines in forming shapes in order to prepare them to write letters and words in the next levels of education. However, this is not the only tool we have in the SOT system that we use to prepare them for writing. The manual and the coordination test both include an activity in which students are asked to button things together. This activity is required and should not be skipped because it helps developing in children's physical writing skills. This shows that early childhood education is also preparation for higher levels of learning. Our early childhood programs forms the foundation on which higher learning is built. Since early childhood education is so crucial, a trained early childhood teacher is necessary. Someone with specialized training knows not only how to handle kids at this age, but also sees the importance of following the manual faithfully and the reason behind the activities there. Such a teacher also knows what activities can complement to maximize in children's learning time. For example, in coordination test number 4, a student is asked to look at the teacher's finger, yes, and follow them only with his eyes without moving his head. This activity can be complemented by using a tracker like this one. Here's the tracker. Okay. The student may be asked to follow the movement of the gears with his eyes without moving his head. These activities help develop reading skills as it trains one's eyes to move from left to right, which is the way we read. This is also we are discussing early childhood development theories today as they relate to our school. It is important to know why we do what we do. The theories that we will be discussing can help teachers find strategies to help students learn better. The procedures manual was produced with a solid foundation of these theories in mind. Our reading program is towards ensuring children's learning and preparing them for higher levels of education and life in the future. As I said earlier, this is the reason why we encourage following the manual faithfully, because all the activities there were formulated with these goals in mind. The Early Childhood Education Program of SOT focuses on 3 crucial areas of development. The first is physical development. Debbie Watkins notes that some physical skills can help a child read, write, and develop social confidence in school. In early childhood education, physical skills are subdivided into different categories. What are these categories, or what are these skills? First, gross motor skills involve big movement that cover a lot of space. Some activities that encourage kids to develop their gross motor skills include throwing, catching, kicking, jumping on one foot, heel-to-toe walking, and jumping jacks. If some kids don't have access to the materials needed, we improvise. Okay? In heel-to-toe walking activity, for example, we often use a packaging tape stretched across the floor. These activities help students improve their balance and their movements. Although gross motor skills are quite beneficial or quite useful when a child gets into sports, but they also have additional benefits. These benefits include developing the ability to sit at their office for a long periods of time and the ability to focus on their pacework. Participating in such activities also helps children pay more attention to instruction and follow these instructions. Gross motor skills also have the effect of developing child's handwriting, scissor cutting, drawing, coloring skills by developing the muscles needed to keep their arms, shoulders, and upper body stable as they do the said activities. These types of skills also develops children's hand and eye coordination. We also help develop fine motor skills, which involve smaller movements that are more careful and deliberate. To help students develop such skills, we have grasping, threading, stocking blocks, drawing circles, lines, cutting, copying, coloring in lines, tracing, sticking, and turning pages. The last activity is often seen as a waste of time during online classes, but it is not. Rather, this is useful for training children for writing in the future. Okay? Person.
Finally, we believe play has a big role in developing different areas. This helps students follow rules and develop physically, socially, and mentally. Today we will discuss 5 types of play. First, in functional play, children acquire motor skills by repeating certain action, such as swinging, sliding, throwing objects. In the manual, children are asked to throw a beanbag or a ball. Sigmund Freud says, a child is able to fulfill wishes and gain gratification through functional play, leading to a happier child. As a child experiences success in this activity, he theorizes he is able to experience satisfaction in these abilities. Next, we have the constructional play. Constructional play, meanwhile, result in some form of creation on the part of the child. This includes some of the very common activities like building blocks, making sandcastle, and using Play-Doh. Jerome Bruner, the eminent psychologist who was involved in cognitive psychology research, says, play contributes to a child's ability to solve problems by increasing behavioral option and suggests that block play encourages inventive thinking and logical reasoning. This also helps develop hand, finger, and hand muscles, which is why these activities are considered pre-writing activities. Constructional play then induces creativity in the child by giving him a chance to develop different ways to approach the situation. Many children enjoy using different objects around the house when playing, right? They may, for instance, use a hairbrush or a comb as a microphone while singing, or they might use a paper plate as a steering wheel, right? Grabe ang imagination ng mga bata. This is called symbolic play. John Piaget claims learn that one thing can stand for another. This is important in learning about symbolism. Taking this type of play one step further is what we call socio-dramatic play, in which children participate in role-playing activities with other kids through imitation and make-believe. In the Learning Center, we use the stories in the manual. We use some stories in the manual, such as the talking donkey and and of Daniel in the lion's den. Example, the teacher can play the role of the angel raising his sword, and the children can pretend to be Balaam's donkey stopping when he sees the angel. Sarah Similansky, a professor at Tel Aviv University in Israel and author of multiple books on children's play, concluded that this type of play helps develop creativity, intellectual growth, and social skills. Finally, we have games with rules, which allows kids to have healthy interaction with adults and with other children. An example of this is the traffic light game that we played at the beginning of this session. Through these kinds of games, students learn to control their behavior within limits. As Joel Frost, the author of History of Children's Play and Play Environment, says, the procedures manual and the coordination test actually provide opportunities for students to demonstrate the previously learned or previously mentioned physical skills. Following both of these to the letter is important because in doing so helps in developing and evaluating these skills in children. This also helps prepare children to be ready to read and write. Given the number of activities available in the manual, a teacher may be tempted to run through the activities very quickly. Doing this, however, reduces the time for mastery, which is the hallmark of SOT curriculum. To help children master some skills, it is advisable to conduct shorter sessions with longer period of daily repetition and practice. For example, a particular skill or activity may be practiced for 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes lang po. 5 minutes each day for a week. Okay? This kind of repetitive drill helps students really master the skill fully. These activities don't have to be structured formally. Okay? Hindi naman po kailangan sobrang formal po, hindi po. This activity don't have to be structured formally, but instead may be inserted informally as fun activities at the start of the school day or right before the end of each school day. For example, I might say, Yell, before we end our online class, I want you to walk on the line heel to toe. Pwede pong ganun ang gawin natin para relax din po ang mga bata. Okay? While physical development is important, we also provide a heavy focus on language development in the SOT Early Childhood Education Program. This includes the study of phonics, which can be defined as a way of reading that helps students learn letter sounds and see how they are used on their own and in words and sentences. This is very important in helping students learn new words. It enables children to decode words that they have not seen before, or help them develop the ability to recognize words. When they develop this ability, they can develop reading skills more easily. How does SOT system apply the study of phonics? The system presents a strong focus on letter sounds. These letter sounds are included in the songs, stories, and other activities that we have. The constant exposure letter sound is important for mastery of sounds. Furthermore, healthy interaction with teachers and fellow students helps them master this letter sound even more. This is why this is important for teachers to tell the story exactly as they are presented in the procedures manual. The stories provide enough words to demonstrate the letter sound. This is also a way to keep the children engaged in the story while learning letter sounds that are emphasized. Another way we help children develop mastery of this sound is the teacher can say some words provided in the manual, and the student can identify if the sound is in the beginning, middle, ending, or not even in the word. For example, the teacher can say, Vol reads v, 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 Victor. Victor. Where is the v sound? Is it at the beginning, middle, end, or not in the word? Finally, songs and memory verses we teach students are necessary in increasing the ability to repeat syllables and phrases properly. This is important for memory retention, reading comprehension, and listening comprehension. All these activities provided interpersonal interaction. In his input interaction theory, Jerome Bruner says children have a natural ability to learn a language, but there should be adequate interaction with others who know the language. This kind of interaction is certainly provided in the activities in SOT curriculum. As teachers tell stories, they ask comprehension questions so the student can demonstrate their understanding of the story and practice using letter sound in the story at the same time. This highlights the teacher's role in the preschool and ABC with AC and Christie learning program. The third area of development is cognitive development. This is the way children analyze and figure things out. This includes problem solving and information gathering. Developing these skills leads to proper logical reasoning in higher levels of learning. In the SOT curriculum, the PACES shows that each child has his and her own performance level. We treat each child as individuals, which is the reason why we don't have one-size-fits-all approach to education. We must recognize that children analyze things and learn concepts in different ways. Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences is very helpful to determine a child's learning style. This theory asserts that children most efficiently and effectively learn while doing activities that suits their kind of intelligence. Of course, this doesn't mean that children cannot learn with other approach that is different from his own learning style. Instead, teachers can adapt their approach to help children or to help child maximize learning. Now we will now go into this multiple intelligences. Okay? Some children have what is called language intelligence. This involves sounds, rhythm, and vocabulary and function of words and sentences. Children whose primary strength is language intelligence have natural ability in writing and language. then you will notice some children can manipulate numbers very easily and very comfortable with them. Mathematical intelligence involves reasoning, logic, and numerical patterns. People with strong mathematical intelligence are very good at analyzing problems and mathematical operation. You will also find some children are good at judging where objects are in relation to other objects. These students may have strong spatial intelligence. Their visual and spatial judgment is excellent, and they seldom get into accidents while playing because they are so aware of their physical distance from certain objects and are able to judge accurately whether or not certain things fit into a certain space. Students with strong spatial intelligence but have weaknesses in other areas can be taught using this strength. For example, if a student is having a difficult time or difficulty recognizing shapes but is strong in spatial intelligence, you can ask students to get objects of different shapes while going through an obstacle course. This kind of activity will help or would help the student with his weakness by using one of his strength. Songs and music are vital part of early childhood education program of SOT. This can be quite beneficial for those with musical intelligence. Such students quickly recognize different forms of musical expressions. They are attracted to various rhythms and pitches. These children learn more efficiently with songs or music. They can be taught through song. For instance, if students has musical intelligence as a strength and he needs to master the days of the week, the teacher might sing a song or play a song about that subject, like this one. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 7 days in a week. Now, those with body and kinesthetic intelligence, as the name implies, are very good in activities that require physical coordination and control. They are physically agile and can manipulate objects very well. You will notice that they do very well in activities that involve gross motor skills and fine motor skills. This student most efficiently learn through the use of body movement. For example, if such a child has difficulty with counting by tens, you can do something like this. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, and 80, 90, 100. That's how you count by tens. You can add some clapping. I cannot do it lang ngayon kasi may hawak tayong mic. Pero you can add, the student can clap or jump or turn around. Okay? Next one, at this point, I would like to emphasize the fact that a child is strong in one of these intelligences does not necessarily mean that he cannot learn things through activities that do not involve his strengths. The theory of multiple intelligences simply helps us recognize each individual's natural abilities and inclination and craft strategies that will help individual children who have difficult time learning concepts. As you can see, the School of Tomorrow Early Childhood program is very, very helpful in really helping young children not only develop academic skills, but also life skills. The procedures that we apply are based on the sound educational theories and should be followed as closely as possible. All the activities that you can find in the procedures manual and coordination tests were developed with this goal of helping children learn academic and life skills and of preparing them for higher levels of learning, which is elementary and beyond. Both of these are excellent tools in development of children and evaluation of their development. Because early childhood education represents a child's first experience in formal schooling, teachers play a big role in the success of SOT Early Childhood Education Program. They are in charge of thorough evaluation of the children under their care. This is very, very important as they can diagnose problems and correct them very early. The role is also crucial in encouraging children to find their strengths and strengthen their weaknesses. This helps children become well-rounded individuals who can excel in multiple activities. Indeed, this dual role is heavy for preschool and kindergarten teachers. I cannot overemphasize the importance of praying for them. Children spend many hours with them, so we know that they can exert a godly influence on these children. As school administrators and principal, we must be in constant prayer for these teachers, both those currently employed in our school and those we intend to hire. As school teachers ourselves, we must pray that the Lord gives us wisdom to deal with these kids that are under our care. We have a huge responsibility in molding children entrusted to our schools. Preschool and kindergarten teachers have an outsized impact on these children, helping provide a good foundation they can build on for their educational success. It is my prayer that as you perhaps became reacquainted today with these theories and saw how the School of Tomorrow Early Childhood program relates to these theories, the Lord will guide you in making an impact on your students for Christ. Okay, before we end our session, let's play another game. This is called the Talking Donkey. I will play the role of the angel. Okay, this is my sword. And you will be the donkey. We will start the game by walking around when I lift the sword. Sword po ito ha, para pong symbolic play tayo. Sword. You should stop and look frightened. Mga moms and sir, dapat po talagang mukhang natatakot ha, hindi po yung nako-conscious na natatakot. Natatakot po talaga. Okay po? Okay, now, I want every one of you to please stand. Look carefully. Look at Teacher Grace. When I lift this one or this sword, you need to stop and look frightened. Okay po? Nakatayo na po ang lahat. Okay. Go around, or walk around. But be sure to pay attention and look at the screen, okay? Look at Teacher Grace. Mukha bang nakatatakot lahat? Mukha po bang natatakot lahat? One more time. Okay. Last one. Okay, thank you very much. I just want to remind everyone that it is important for students to end each school day in a positive way. No matter what happens during the day, when we do this, students will be excited to return to school the following day. Wala pong magtatago sa lamesa at magtatago kung saan. Dahil po excited po silang bumalik. Excited po sila sa activities na gagawin natin at excited po silang makita tayo. Thank you very much po. And pastors, principals, teachers, administrators, show me your best smiles. Let me see. Tingin ko nga. Wow. Thank you very much and God bless your schools po.
Thank you, Ma'am Grace, for a very engaging session. And thank you for letting us move around in our different remote locations, which we usually forget to do during our work from home arrangement. So we do have a lot of questions here, and I'll ask Ma'am Grace to join me. We have a lot of questions even as early. There were questions already posted as early as last night. And obviously, because they haven't listened to your session yet, most of these questions are already answered by you. But then, although you have been emphasizing the need of really being faithful to our procedures, because it's very, very crucial for learning to really happen in following every part of our procedures manual. But perhaps one of the pressing question here is that how do you do that in a remote learning setup? Is that first, well, is that doable? Uh, can it be done even in a remote learning setup, just like what we're doing now? Although we got to experience that firsthand during this session this morning, we were able to be engaged, no? But then knowing how children learn differently, so one of the pressing question would be, will that still be doable in a remote learning setup? And second, what are your like tips or significant uh, reminders to be able to faithfully do the procedures manual for our early childhood education during this remote learning setup?
Okay. It's really doable po. Talaga pong magagawa po natin yun. It's very important that we study the manual carefully and also study the students under our care. That's why it's very important that during afternoon, this is what we do. During afternoon, I really plan a special plan every day for my class. For example, for example, I noticed that this student is really having a difficult time with coloring. I will focus with him for this for these skills, and then plan other activities. Especially for preschool, remember, moms and sir, we can add activities that will help strengthen that skills, and that's possible po. What we do po is we have this online Zoom class. That's where we do our drills, our story time, and then we also have one-on-one class. One-on-one class after the Zoom class. Pero po, kung tatanungin po if it's possible to do that, yes, definitely po.
Thank you, Ma'am Grace, for that assurance. No, coming from someone who really experienced doing it for a whole school year. No, it was kind of different when the pandemic just started last year when we had our CET, right? If you remember that,
Yes po.
because they were already on the last week. At least most of them already learned the basic all the stories, character stories, and even the letter sounds. But starting this school year, it was really entirely different. So coming from you, that's really an assurance. So here's another question. You've mentioned about the coordination development test, and so here's one question: how do you do assessment? Um, how do you do assessment for preschool or even ABCs in a new normal setup wherein face-to-face is not allowed or restricted?
Okay, this is very challenging for me. This part actually is mas challenging siya talaga to conduct the coordination test. But with the help of the parents, we did it. For example, there's an activity there that the student needs to hit the ball, right? The student needs to hit the ball, and they don't have a place where to hang the ball. So that ang ginawa po namin, we asked the parents to hold the string with the ball, and then we use bat. Yung iba po, the stick of the dustpan, they use it as a tool to hit the ball. So it's possible po. You just need to be creative. Yes po. So we improvise. Like for the heel to toe, we nagtatawanan kami ni Ma'am Barrera kasi sobrang bigat po talaga nung kailangan nilang i-cross for that activity, and hindi po pwedeng dalhin sa bawat bahay. Hindi po possible yun. So sabi namin, ano kaya ang pwedeng gamitin for that activity? So we use a packaging tape. I just give the measurement to the parents, and then live ginagawa po nila. Okay, Cookie, for example, Cookie, I want you to walk heel to toe. Okay, I want you to cross the path, and then try to balance like that.
Thank you again for that tip, Ma'am Grace. I also handled my children, especially my youngest, from preschool. So, but homeschooling is a different thing because it's really the parents who will be doing it. And our manual is really more than enough to guide us, even how to improvise on the materials that we have to use. So thank you for sharing that experience with us. Another question here is, how can teachers encourage or even prolong the attention span? Because we do understand that during this age, attention span is quite short. So how would you, especially in a remote setup again?
Actually, ma'am, at the beginning, that's my concern. Yung first year ko po magturo, how can how can the student really listen to this story? Ang haba niya, ang haba niya. Talagang I time myself and evaluate. So, ang haba nito. So, paano makikinig yung student? But then, I just faithfully read the stories in the manual. And then, at the beginning, of course, it's hard because it's hard for them to stay focused or stay seated. But then, as you go on to the story, you will see the improvement not only in their listening skills but also their attention span. It will really increase. So, hahaba po talaga yung attention span. I remember this May time na this is the first story na tinuro ko during online class. Hindi ko alam kung nakikinig sila, pero sige lang. Kasi kailangan ikwento yung story. So, sabi ko, sige, tuloy-tuloy lang. And then, at the end, I asked the comprehension questions. May choices na hindi pa rin nakasagot. But, okay, next day, try again, different story, every day. And then we end the fourth quarter. Actually, they can even answer all the comprehension questions without choices and in sentence form. So we just need to really do kung ano yung nasa manual and then trust the manual. Kaya po yan. Kaya po talaga.
Thank you, Ma'am Grace. It's really true. You cannot overemphasize the importance of faithfully following the manual, whether you are on remote learning setup or even face-to-face or in person. So have you experienced dealing with, especially during this new normal setup, have you experienced dealing with children with special needs or children with ADHD? How does it, will this work still in a remote learning setup?
For this batch, actually wala pa po, hindi pa po kami nakapag-deal with students during this online class with ADHD. Especially po kasi during this time, most of the kids, hindi pa po sila diagnosed because it's too early for the diagnosis. So far, wala naman po akong na-encounter na students with special needs. So medyo wala pa po akong input for that.
Okay. Here, in connection to that, or to the early question regarding the attention span, how can we really make the children give their full attention and follow instructions through virtual sessions?
Okay, it's very important po before we start telling the story, prepare them. Like for example, do some drill that will check if they're really listening. Like for example, before magsimula, never, hindi ako nagsisimula na hindi sila ready. So what I do, okay, children, pioneers, listen to Teacher Grace. Hands on head, hands on your shoulders, hands on your lap. Whose turn to talk? And they will tell Teacher Grace. Whose turn to listen? Okay. So, your turn to listen. Quiet now. My turn to talk. Ganun po. So, prepare them. Do some drill to catch their attention and to check if they're listening.
Okay, Ma'am Grace. It's now my turn to talk. Okay. How many hours is your class for reading readiness for preschool with AC and Christy?
For preschool, it's 1 hour for each children. Like the 30 minutes will be for Zoom class. That's a group activity. That's the time we will do stories and drills. And the 30 minutes is one-on-one, and that's for pace work and some other activities. So it's a total of 1 hour per student.
Okay. Another is that here's a question here. Where can we buy the educational tools, or perhaps the one that you showed earlier regarding the tracking exercise in the coordination development?
The tracker that's from my store. I actually own a store selling toys that are developmentally helpful for the children. So pwede po sila doon mag-purchase. It's all mostly pre-love toys. As you can
Okay,
see,
so-
less distraction. It's just a basic toy, so that will require them to focus and not be distracted with, for example, battery operated toys. Thank you, ma'am.
And so with that, they are asking if you can share your site, or can they personally for the site?
Let's visit my my Instagram account. Okay, I think we will just put the link of that account. It's Mama Sulit Finds. Mama Sulit Finds.
Thank you, Ma'am Grace, for sharing that. Another question here: how do you encourage parents to have a deeper involvement in in their child's learning, especially in preschool and ABC's levels? How do you encourage parents to
By-
have a deeper involvement or active involvement in learning?
Okay, because there are certain activities that really needs parents involvement. Like, for example, the throw and catch. I cannot throw the ball to them, so the parents will do that. And you will notice that as you engage parents, or as you involve parents with activity, they become more excited to do the activities with their children as well. Meron ngang instance, the teacher, meron palang ibig sabihin niyang hagis-hagis ng bola tsaka pag-catch ng bola. So, ito meron po.
Totoo yan.
Ma'am Pranza,
Meron.
I
Yes,
have a
sir.
question. Suddenly I
Yes.
came in here. No, anyway, Ma'am Grace, did you ever make use of videos? You know, you videoed yourself so that parents and the kids could return to it, you know, after your lesson and could watch it. Because I know some schools started doing that, no? They recorded the singing, the songs, especially for ABCs, no? The songs, some of the stories. Can you comment on that?
In some of the activities, yes, sir. I video myself doing some action for a certain activities, and then yeah. But recently, sir, I stopped doing that because I really want to correct them right on the spot if the action is not correct.
Okay, so you would not advise it, no?
Oh.
Technically, or can they actually do videos but at the same time, paano nga ba yun? No? Kasi I think the engagement, no, of course, will not be there if it's on video. So you prefer yung talagang live
Yes, sir,
that you're
live.
doing it to them so
'Cause
they
I-
can respond.
Yes, sir. I prefer live because I notice sometimes when they're doing it with their parents, minsan hindi nare-reach or nata-target yung objective na gusto ko. Pag ganun, sir, they need to do it again with me. So, yun. Pero may mga activities naman po na pwede talagang i-record. And then, ginagawa rin naman po namin yun. But not for all the activities. Just very few.
Siguro follow up dun sa question kanina in terms of the schedule, Ma'am Pranza actually asked about this, no? Kasi meron kayong synchronous muna, di ba, sa simula, no?
Yes po.
And then you you schedule the kids sa kanya-kanyang time frame. What do the kids do with their parents if it's not their time? Okay? Kasi di ba pinuputol-putol natin siya, schedule per child.
Okay. At the beginning of the school year, may letter po kami. I gave a letter with suggestive activities that they can do while waiting for me, while waiting for teacher. Like, for example, ask the student while waiting for teacher Grace, you can ask your child to cut papers, to button things, or to tie the shoelaces. That's what they can do. And then sometimes, Pastor, for example, it's just coloring and then I observe the skills is already there, I can give them the coloring activity while waiting for me to call them. But no assignment, walang assignment po na hindi pa po nyo na-observe yung skills. Kasi it's very important that lahat ng gagawin nila is makita nyo in actual.
So talagang the parents would have to be directly involved in, no? Or an adult
Yes.
in between. No? Do you gather again? Okay, so you have the beginning, the synchronous, and then the separate ones. Do you gather again after you're done with all the students, and then for dismissal, something like that? Do you do that?
Oh, not anymore, sir. Because, like for example, the first child, that's too long for waiting, and the last child will finish at least around 12. Minsan po may overtime, so it will end at 12:30. So it's really long na po for the first kid to wait for that pa po. So no, we don't gather at the end of the
Okay,
school.
so as a parent, I'll have my child will have a time with you, and then after, I mean the synchronous, and then yung time sa anak ko, and then after that it's done.
Yes, sir, it's done.
Okay, what would you recommend as the maximum number of students? I don't know if you mentioned that earlier, but I think because I listened to your session during the PATS Advanced course, no?
Ilan ang advisable, recommended maximum number of students?
For this to really work.
Right now, yung una kasi po, we tried, we were thinking 5, pero right now it's 4. So at least at 12 o'clock, that's the end. Because for us, like Ma'am Barrera, sabi nga ni Ma'am Barrera, kawawa naman po yung bata kung mag-aantay siya ng one-on-one class in the afternoon na. So masyadong din mahirap for preschooler. So as much as possible, 4 students.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am. Ma'am Franza, do you have more questions?
Number of students. One question for administrators would be on the side of the financial aspect. No, anyway, this is more of a Christian educators training. That is a topic perhaps that can be discussed during the pastors and administrators training. Okay, another question here. You've mentioned about how crucial it is for a teacher to really be trained, to have a special training on early childhood education to be effective in doing the procedures manual for ECE. So what tips can you give to a new preschool teacher to be able to engage the students and be faithful in following the procedures manual?
The energy talaga po ang kailangan, and then we need to make sure that the children will learn and have fun, because during this stage very playful pa po yung mga bata, so it's very important to balance that with discipline then, but at the same time they will enjoy going to school. So the teacher needs to really study the children. Like for example, I have these students that you need to crack some jokes para ma-engage siya. And then these students, I ask her to show her work or her craft before we start the class. So through that, we connect, and then they become more involved because of that.
Okay, compared to our in-person classes and remote learning, is it more time consuming now in terms of preparing for materials than when you were still doing it in person? And so that how much time would a preschool teacher or ABC's teacher spend in preparing for a day's class?
Actually, yeah, it's more time consuming right now, and the afternoon. That's why I'm very grateful that Ma'am Barrera will free me in the afternoon just to really plan for the days or for the next day of lesson. So that's the whole afternoon, I think. Yes.
Do you also get to meet with parents on a regular basis, or the adult that is there to supervise the child? do you get to meet up with parents or adult caregivers on a regular basis just to orient them? Or you only do like one-time orientation and quarterly meetings?
Uh, yeah. For this batch kasi po, it happened to na yung mga students namin is the parents is the one who's helping them. So mga nasa bahay mostly of ng mga mom. So sometimes at the end of the online class, that's the time we talk. Kasi po sila naman po for this batch, sila po yung may hawak sa kids. And then one of my students, so if it's the yaya, I communicate to the mom through Messenger. And if there's a need to call, I will just ask mom, can I call you after this? And then yun, we talk po after that.
Okay. Although you've mentioned this, but perhaps you can emphasize more, because this is a question coming from a teacher, but a mother at the same time. How can I help? How can they help their child improve their language skills?
Okay, for language skills, it's very important to read stories to your child every day. Yeah, every day. Aside from the paces, I advise that parents will buy materials that storybooks that's appropriate for their child and read the story to the child. And then after that, ask comprehension questions. That's very helpful for improving the language development. And also, you can sometimes kasi parents watch movies with their children. You can pause the movie and ask questions. So. Yun po.
And so, in connection to that, how will children learn to interact with their peers during remote learning?
Our
How
Zoom
will
class,
they
we play
interact?
games. Like there's for example of that is the stop dance. Even hindi sila sabay-sabay tumitigil, still we play games. We play stop dance. So yun po, that's a very very good time for them to interact. Even may mga delay. We play together po, even online.
Okay, so you also have like other set of games, not just what is written, or physical activity, not just what is written on the manual. No? So it's really very crucial for preschool and kindergarten teachers to really to be very creative in engaging the students, especially in remote learning. So, Pastor Eric, do you have any other question? Because many of the questions are actually answered already during the session, and some of them are really just common, someone actually asked how many is the advisable number of students. Okay, this one, although you have answered this earlier, in one-on-one time with the teacher, is that time used for coordination development, tests, and physical development only? No? So, or what would be your the one-on-one time? Perhaps this teacher is just asking for clarification. What are you doing during the one-on-one session with the students?
For the one-on-one session, that's the time we do pace work. Okay, we do pace work and drill. Kasi aside from the group drill, I also want them to have a drill one-on-one. So pace work, drill, and then coordination test. So what you can do is divide each test or each part of the coordination test daily. So for today, just this one. For this day, just heel to toe walking, or for this day, just only walking to the line. So that's it. It's a combination of different activities for the one-on-one time for them.
Okay. Yeah, a
Ma'am
follow-up
Franza,
question.
yeah.
Yes.
Actually, kanina I was wondering when you asked the question regarding, not really a question, but a comment, no? Na if there's going to be 4 or 5 students, no, that's very financially parang hindi viable for most schools probably, no? But at the same time, I think we see here the value of the individualized system of education as far as preschool and ABCs is concerned, no? I just want to really commend Ma'am Grace, no? Even the way she engaged all of us, no? Have you ever had problems with kids who actually would not participate dun sa group nyo, dun sa synchronous part, no? I'm really asking out of curiosity kasi this year our school did not have ABCs, no? And we were all wondering what's going to happen. We started planning last school year, but since we didn't have any enrollees, no? We only had 2 inquiries actually, pareho pang hindi nagpatuloy, no? So ngayon, parang we're back to square one, no? So I really want us to learn, no? And I'm sure many other teachers here or administrators are asking this question, no? How do you really deal with, although tinanong ni Ma'am kanina yung sa attention span, no? What if there's really a pupil who will not participate, who doesn't want to be a part of all the activities dun sa synchronous part? How do you deal with that?
What I do, instead of just telling the student, you need to follow Teacher Grace or you need to listen to me, I look at the student who's doing the right thing. For example, this is what inagawa ko po. For example, oh, Cookie, I like how you listen well to Teacher Grace. So itong medyo nawawala na sa mood, ay, parang gusto ko rin masabihan ng listening very well. So dun po, nagsa-strategize ako how to get him involved or mawala yung tantrum. So I highlights the good thing that the other students are doing. Instead of just telling, you need to obey Teacher Grace. Kasi po, very, very tested na po ito when you say, oh, you're doing a good job, Cookie, or you're doing a good job, Ethan. And then that student na medyo wala sa mood, parang gusto niya rin matawag. So, gagawa na po siya, magpa-participate na po siya.
So that's really highlighting the positive, no?
Yes,
Within the
yes.
classroom, which is supposed to be the case in all classrooms, no? Maski sa face-to-face, no? And probably in all of us in our handling of the learning centers, a lot of times there's a tendency to concentrate on the negative, no? Dun sa magulo, sa maingay, no? But when we highlight those who are actually those who are doing the right things, no, then the others would have the tendency to actually follow, no. I really like that, no. I appreciate the way you handle it and even the way you engage all of us, no, in the way you teach, no. I could imagine you teaching the students, no. What about dun sa one-on-one nila? Are there times when you have to cut it short? If sometimes kids, you know, they do not, alam mo yung pag nawala sa mood yung bata, have you ever encountered cases like that? At least dun sa one-on-one, maybe easier to handle, no? But have you ever encountered kids who would not want to cooperate anymore during the one-on-one session that you have with them?
Yes, it happened. What I do, I give time to really talk with the kids. So set aside all the pacework. We'll do it later, but I need to talk to you now and talk, encourage, and then after that, instead of just cutting it short, I extend the time. So yung time po na kinausap ko siya with the behavior, I will not count as his pacework or her pacework time. So instead of cutting it short, I extend it. So yung pagdating naman po, pag nakausap naman, most of my students, pag nakausap na po after a few minutes of talk, they're now excited again to work. So it's very important talaga po na as a teacher, kilala natin yung mga bata.
That's right.
And it's very, for example, maganda rin po for if the kids, pag may tantrums na, divert his attention. Oh, I like your toy there. Para makalimutan niya na rin po yung pagkawala niya sa mood. And it's effective. Effective po, very effective.
Yeah, it really takes a lot of skill, no?
Yes.
The way you're sharing it, no? Yung because the biggest difficulty siguro at this point na pandemic, no? There's really no yung physical rapport with the child na nakikita mo, no? I don't want to use the term na parang measure up mo yung child, no? Not that, but pag nakikita mo kasi, more or less alam mo yung moods niya, no?
Yes.
So medyo malaki yung difference and we appreciate, that's why I'm asking some practical questions because I know a lot of these questions are in the minds of many of our ABCs and preschool teachers, no? Ma'am Pranza, do you have anything more on your end sa ating mga questions from online questions?
I think the question here regarding the time and handling one-on-one session, you were able to answer that already. Just a follow-up question regarding teaching children with special needs. Since you do not have any cases of students with ADHD, what are your takes on early intervention, or how do you refer them to seek professional intervention?
For example, there's you can just observe and tell the parents your observation, and then if there's a need for the child to be checked, you can ask the parents, "Mom, I'm not professionally trained to assess your child with this area, but you can ask for professional help to really pinpoint what's wrong or what's happening with your child." So it's better to observe and then take down notes of your observation, and then tell the parents about it. But we don't kasi we don't diagnose, of course.
Yeah.
Hindi na po namin yun work. So and we're not the right person to do that. So observation, write your observation and give it to the parents. And if there's a need, can suggest that the parents will bring it to a specialist or to have your child checked. Ganun po.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would
Pastor,
like
just
to
want
add to that, no?
sorry.
If I may, kasi naalala ko, we were thinking of recommending a child, no? Nasa ano siya, parang 4 years old, no? Kung may ADHD, kasi yung observable na sobrang hyper, no? Sobra na hyper pa, no? Active yung bata. And actually, the pediatrician advised us na wait until the child is 7 or 8 years old, no? So, Ma'am Grace, do you think talagang sa preschool, no, it's too early to diagnose kasi many kids are really hyper? Tama ba?
Oh, yes, sir. Kaya po, may parents na nagtanong sa akin before, "Teacher Grace, do you think," direkta, "do you think teacher is his ADHD?" Sabi ko, "Ma'am, it's too early for me, it's too early to say that, and I'm not the right person to tell you this, but then I will give you my observation, and then you can show it to the pediatrician or to the specialist."
Yeah.
But it's too early for that age kasi magmamature pa po talaga sila.
Yeah. We actually live in a day and time where it's so easy to suspect kids, no, of having this or that, no. Unlike during our time, no, it's either magulo ka or tahimik. That's just it. No diagnosis at all, no. But I think that while this helps us, no, I think there should be a discipline in the minds, no, of our teachers that we cannot diagnose students. So it's very good to just list down all our observations, and that will also protect us from unnecessary issues from parents later, no? Okay, so anyway, maraming salamat. Yun sa akin, I think those are my questions. Ma'am Pranza, I'll turn this over to you. Yeah.
Reminder to our participants, when you fill out the question in the link, please don't forget to identify your schools, because if we will be lacking time, we'll be running out of time, and we will not be able to discuss the questions that you've asked, or perhaps it's already being because there are a lot of questions coming in, even for sessions that are not yet happening, like sessions for tomorrow. So perhaps I may miss that question. So please don't forget to identify what school you are from, so that we can, at the end of this 2-day webinar, we can collate all questions, and those questions that are really pressing and need to be answered, we can refer them back to Ma'am Grace for her to answer those questions. And we can again post it as our common, frequently asked questions during the CET. So just a reminder, please don't forget to identify your school. Okay, ma'am, because we still have time, so what are your motivational strategies or advice to encourage working parents to be involved with their students?
Okay. Okay, we have this. Since we don't have Combook, I just send at the end of the day, I send pictures with their with their rating, and then the parents will show this to the children, and then even the parents, they're actually excited to receive every day, at the end of the day, to receive the rating of their child. That's why they're also very involved, because they want their children to get a 10. That's our perfect score. And I send pictures with cute stuff there. So that's why they're very excited to see it at the end of the day, or at the end of the session.
Okay. So thank you, Ma'am Grace. I think we can go to our coffee break at an earlier time. Pastor Eric, what do you think? Because most of the questions here were already answered by Ma'am Grace so far. And
So strategic. Well, yes, Mom. I think we could proceed to our coffee break early. So find a good place, a spot in your area where you could relax, and please make it intentional. No, actually, we all need this time of break. Probably from the start, we have encountered a lot of technical difficulties. However, let me remind you again, for those who had difficulties logging in earlier and you miss a session from Sir Hoagie, we will have a recorded version of day 1 of leg 1 so that you could watch the whole thing again. And then also, we will evaluate how we're going to check your attendance for today, because there might have been some issues. I think right now or earlier we went down in terms of attendance because you lost connection. But we will be considerate. We will be checking that up until the end of this day 1, so that we will be able to account everyone who attended today's session. Again, we apologize. These are things beyond our control, and it's so difficult because as much as possible, we want to be in control of everything. But we know at the end of the day, it's always the Lord who is in control of everything. So, Ma'am Pranza, I will introduce our coffee break at this point. So enjoy. Probably we'll go 15 to 20 minutes where we can buy time and prepare your hearts and minds for the coming session on RLCE, Best Practices. Enjoy your coffee break.
back, everyone. Again, probably have noticed that we have to repeat our countdown. We're encountering another technical difficulty. Just to give you a backgrounder, the entire hosting of our website actually was hacked, according to their report. But we're doing things on our end to make sure that we'll still continue with what we have. I hope you enjoyed our extended coffee break and your merienda. Our next session is composed of 3 short talks of 3 distinguished ladies who will be sharing on remote learning center education best practices. So we have actually selected one from Luzon, one from Visayas, and one from Mindanao. And so the 3 major island groups are represented here. The first to share, I'll be introducing the 3 of them here, and then you'll be watching their videos one after each another. The first to share is Mrs. Harriet Barrera, the principal of Philippine Christian School of Tomorrow, our model school here at the SOTP campus. The second lady who will share is from Ichthus Christian Academy in Bohol, the administrator, Ms. Rachel Mar Carbonilla. And our final sharer later on RLCE best practices is from Mindanao, the principal of His Greatness Christian Academy, Ms. Queenie May Cargo. So we're going to start off with Mrs. Barrera.
Good morning, fellow educators. Although RLCE is not a new term for us, it is good to be reminded that our remote learning delivery is not entirely online, but blended. We use both the modular and online learning deliveries for our modules, the PACES. They still make studying and learning individualized and self-paced. We use the online mode to verify student learning through scoring, reviewing, and testing, and for our mini classes, and for those who have senior high school, for senior high school subjects. Our LCE includes not only academics, but everything we do as educators to ensure continuous learning by maximizing student engagement. So, how do we maximize student engagement? No matter the changes, I believe we should stay as close as possible to our proven structure and procedures, although we need to adapt to the present circumstances. In our old procedures manual, there is a section entitled The Trail of a PACE, and I use this as the basis for our session. So when you hear me say the word then, I am referring to the way we used to do things. When I say the word now, I am referring to the suggested ways on how we can accomplish pretty much the same thing. So let's begin. First, on the trail of a PACE. Then, the monitor checks the SPC for the PACEs needed and pulls the PACE from the PACE inventory. Now, advanced preparation is crucial. The supervisor must have the academic projection done for each student so that staff know the PACEs needed by all of their students for the year. From the projection, the SPC is easily filled out and can be quickly accessed if it is shared in G Drive. Staff can then use this information to pull out PACEs from their stock. I suggest a minimum of 1/4 of PACEs be pulled out at the same time. Others may even prefer pulling out PACEs for 2/4 or even for the entire year. PACE tests should be removed and given to staff who will be administering them. Number 2 on the trail. Then, monitor enters PACE number on the SPC to indicate that the PACE has been issued to the student. Now, we make a checklist of all the PACEs, including other learning materials like goal cards, progress chart, stars, literature books, and others to be given to each student. Place them in order in a folder, making sure they are sanitized. These learning packets could either then be delivered to students' homes or picked up by parents at a predetermined schedule. Make sure the parent checks the contents of the packet against the checklist and have him sign and return the list. Then, student completes PACE at his office, periodically taking the PACE to the score station where he checks for accuracy. The third part in the trail is the most involved in all of this process. Now, student completes the PACE at home and contacts the teacher for scoring. We assign subjects to different staff for quicker scoring and economy. Not all subjects are scored in one day, but follow a schedule preset by the supervisor. So, for example, math, social studies, word building, and Araling Panlipunan are scheduled for scoring one day, and then English, science, literature, and Filipino the following day. Students are encouraged to work in advance. To ensure continuous progress, student must accomplish tomorrow's goals today. What does this mean? As early as possible the next day, he could contact the teacher for scoring. And then while waiting for his work to be scored, he should begin accomplishing his goals for the next day. The teacher should score student work age appropriately. For younger students, answers are dictated while student scores his PACE. Older students may send pictures of their PACEs and their pages for scoring. For more responsible students, score key sections may be screen shared, much like allowing them to score without asking for permission. Staff should communicate with each other constantly through a group chat or another means about the scoring progress of their students. One of our Learning Center teams uses a tabular format in their staff group chat with student names, PACEs for scoring, the pages, and then the status, whether scored, rescored, or done. Number 4 on the trail. Then, supervisor checks the self-test when student is ready to test, reviewing problem areas and holds the PACE until the next school day. Now, supervisor reviews the self-test with the student before the student could proceed. After scoring, the supervisor goes through mistakes the student made. Student then submits his PACE for testing the following day by showing that his PACE has been stapled. Number 5 on the trail. Then, after school, the monitor pulls the test from the file. Now, the PACE test is already with staff. Number 6. Then, student is called to the test table where he completes the test. Now, staff calls the student for his PACE test the following day, and this may be on a prearranged schedule, regardless of subject scoring schedule. Again, giving tests must be age appropriate. For higher math and English especially, PACE test sections may be screen shared. If allowed and possible, older students may take PACE tests at the school under staff supervision. All tests must be sent to the teacher immediately after completion. Number 7. Then, supervisor scores completed tests. Now, at least in PCST, the subject teacher scores the completed test. Number 8. Then, monitor records the test score and draws new PACE from inventory. The subject teacher now records the test score on online SPC of student on shared G Drive and communicates with supervisor any mistakes the student made on the test for discussion within the day. A failed test is also, and all the more, communicated to the supervisor as soon as possible. The supervisor then completes an OOPS slip with pointers for review and orders a new PACE using the online PACE order form, again shared on G Drive. The OOPS slip is sent the following school day after morning exercises to the private group chat of only the supervisor, the student, and his parents. while support staff at the school pulls the ordered pace from stock and inputs ready on the order form. When the supervisor sees this, she notifies the parents that the pace is ready for pickup. The goal, of course, is for the student to have the new pace on the day following the failed test. Number 9. Then, the supervisor discusses test results with student. Now, the supervisor still discusses test results with student after morning exercises or as the daily schedule permits. Number 10 and last, then monitor checks file tray each day for completed paces. Now, completed paces are returned by parents on a designated day after each quarter for inventory and billing purposes of the school. These procedures keep the student engaged with the learning material. However, it is more important to engage the student himself for RLCE to be effective, and this is done through consistent motivation and control. Make every achievement matter. Congratulate and boast on students who finish daily goals, pass tests, get 100% scores, recite the month's scripture passage on the first day of the month or at any time within the month, and other accomplishments. Design your own notifications and make sure parents are informed. Make your morning and dismissal times fun and engaging in order to elicit some smiles and even laughter from the students. It is important that we include programs which address our students' mental health and physical well-being. Therefore, we must have a program for guidance, counseling, and life coaching either individually or in small groups, and then include movement or exercise within each day. There are a number of these exercises available for all age groups on YouTube, and they only take a few minutes. In fact, these exercises are good not only for students, but for staff as well. Tangible rewards remain important. Plan creative group tri-weekly activities online. Periodically, post photos of student progress charts, the ones who are doing really well. Encourage students to do oral and written reports and think of appropriate privileges for them. Instead of the usual field trip, not possible anymore, give honor roll rewards. Finish strong by planning way in advance for your year-end awards program. An excellently done recognition night requires a lot of careful planning, considerable technological know-how, and a bigger team of staff. Let us remember that RLCE includes everything we do to keep students engaged with their learning. Let's look for more ways to do this, keeping in mind that different approaches and strategies are necessary for different students. Have an amazing 2021-2022 school year. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rachel Mar Carbonilla, Administrator of Equals Christian Academy Incorporated from Bible Hall. I'm thankful to have been given this opportunity. I hope that we can be a source of encouragement and learning for each other. Proverbs 16:9 says, "A man's heart deviseth his way, but the Lord directeth his steps." This has never been more true than this last year. All our plans were set and ready to go, but how many of us actually saw them materialize? It's been a challenging year for all of us, but because we serve an amazing God, we're able to gather together here at this moment. I know we share similar ideas, so these may be repetitive, but allow me to share the following factors we considered and practiced in our planning and during RLC. Take note, what may work for us may not work for you and vice versa, but it's always worth a try. Number 1, we considered the pandemic protocols and its direct effect in our area. Knowledge is power. It's important that we constantly keep up with all the news locally and nationally. There is never too much information. Pandemic protocols differ from one province to another. Proper information helped us plan for the school year as well as we could. With ours, we were on community quarantine as soon as March 16. There were so many restrictions. Only adults 18 and up were allowed to go out and only on certain days. Same goes for the seniors. All businesses, including schools, were closed. The process of traveling from one place to another was like going to another country. Although we were later allowed to physically come to work, face-to-face learning, as it has been with everyone, was simply out of the question. We enhanced and customized RLCE set by the SOT Philippines to our area. We celebrated the blessing of having had RLCE in place thanks to the SOT Philippines. However, we were not able to do exactly everything that the schools in metropolitan areas may be doing, and that's okay. We had to consider our customers, our students and parents, where they live, and their income, especially with many of them being laid off. We chose to implement asynchronous learning along with our PACES and modules we created for our mini classes. We had pre-recorded videos scheduled to post on the day needed. Our videos were interactive. It had all the instructions on singing, scripture memorization, daily devotion, chapel hour activities, and others. We tried to make it as interesting as possible. We also considered parental support and orientation. Parental support is crucial to the success of our planning. Our planning is only effective when we have supportive parents who understand them. Our parents also need our support. It has been a period of uncertainty for most parents who now had to help us educate their children at home. Not only did we have to convince them that this would work, but also we had to show them our support, that we had their backs. Orientation is a must. We discussed all the things above during our annual orientation, but it was obviously a bit more rigid than the previous years. We had to consider connectivity and finance. Instability of internet is a concern. Many of our students live in areas with low to zero connectivity. As much as they wanted to, using Zoom and similar others were just not feasible. Availability of gadgets. Not everyone is able to buy a tablet, laptop, or computer, but most everyone can afford the most basic smartphone. Compatibility of Facebook with all smartphones. FB is affordable as students and their parents would apply for a low rate loan to get FB all week or all month long. We had to consider our educational or social media platform, its privacy, security, and use. We use Facebook groups, not Facebook page. It is accessible, affordable, and familiar. Adjustment to using it has been smoother for our teachers, students, and parents. We require all our teachers to open a separate Facebook account for work, to set boundaries for their mental health, and separate work from personal use, and also to protect their privacy. For the children's safety, we had to restrict access to the FB groups to parent accounts only. Doing this enables them to supervise the work and people with whom their kids are interacting. The senior high were exempted from this rule. Create a group for each mini classes and for every department. For example, learning to read groups or ABCs, and so on and so forth. Complete configuration before allowing parents to enter the group. This included objectives of the group, security of the group so it's not visible to unwanted eyes, and all related rules and procedures to be observed to promote proper use for better learning and teacher-student-parent collaboration, and protection and privacy of our students, their parents, and teachers. We utilize FB Messenger to communicate with the parents as a group and individually. Individually, for scoring, submission of activities through pictures, raising individual concerns, and so on and so forth. Rules and procedures were also implemented. At the end of the year, we do a housekeeping of the groups. Clean the groups by removing the accounts that will no longer be a part of said group and all posts made for the last school year. It was very important, number 6, that we establish some kind of normalcy. This past year has been anything but normal. To help our students cope, we kept engaging with them by moving forward with familiar things or activities. We make time for devotion, chapel hour, and other major activities that they were able to enjoy at home. Parents are encouraged to establish similar routines with their children as they would have at school. We included suggested list of daily activities as scheduled for parents or guardians to follow. We also encourage them to have an office set up as well. And as silly as it sounds, we also encourage the students to wear uniforms if able. Number 7, decide to have an honest evaluation of last. Assess all that we have done. What did we do badly? What did we lack? What were the areas in which we did well? How could we improve on them? Determine the problems and resolve them. We were lacking in so many areas. For one, we lacked resources and support for the mental health of our children, parents, faculty, and staff. We're working on this at the moment. When facing our mistakes or failures, we choose to forgive ourselves, learn from them, and move forward. There is no point in blaming each other. Anticipate other incoming challenges and establish solutions or methods to avoid them. Plan well and implement plans carefully. Number 8, we put emphasis on self-care, but not as the world knows it. Remember, we cannot pour from an empty cup. It is important that we develop a hobby. Many of my friends and those with whom I'm connected on FB know I am a certified plantita even before the pandemic. I love caring for plants. Under the guise of sharing, I have been giving our faculty and staff plants to influence them to that kind of therapy. Caring for plants is an eye and soul cleanser. Just be careful it doesn't become a wallet cleanser. Communicate with trusted colleagues, family, and friends for emotional, mental, and spiritual support. We're all in this together. There is no shame in being vulnerable and asking for help. Encourage the faculty and staff. This can be done in many forms, and here's some of what we do. Catch up with them. Spend time talking to them during our weekly meetings and individually. Don't limit your time with them to when they get in trouble. Celebrate birthdays monthly with cake and soda. Recognize their group and individual efforts often. I give them a pat on the back and encourage them to pat themselves on the back as well, because why not? We also cheer for each other pretty well. It makes the hard days bearable, you know? Celebrate the small accomplishments as much as the big accomplishments by having a small party with ice cream, cake or both, and others if the budget allows. Indulge in lunch fellowships. We have one twice a month sponsored by my family, friends, or me. Throw a big themed Christmas party. Most of the time, I do the cooking and prepare food that either are their favorites or foods that they haven't tasted, but I know that they would love. We all come dressed in our costumes and have the best of time. Go to an AdCon further away from Bohol or further from your place as some kind of a work leisure trip. In 2019, we went to Baguio. Although we attend AdCon every year, we only do this every other year. Practice, renew, and refresh trips, team building activities, and year-end celebration. I realize this can be limited, but because of the pandemic, we have to be creative. Right now, they're currently waiting for me to take them out on a day trip to a buffet or the beach. It is important to get enough rest. I don't have any assistant or secretary. Everything I have to do, I do myself. And I'm also not the healthiest person, so I really have to prioritize my health. Otherwise, I will not be productive at all. I've learned that the hard way. If we want to be an effective worker for a long time for Christ, we have to learn when to rest. We have to care for ourselves. It is important, especially, to spend more time in the Word. It goes without saying that the busier we are, the more time we ought to spend with Him. He is our safe haven, after all. We continue to do this through our devotion with the faculty and staff every morning and our weekly meetings. It is important to always have time alone with God. He longs to talk and spend time with us. In closing, let me share a little of my fear and the things that God has repeatedly spoken to me. We've been planning and in the middle of implementing our plans for the next school year. I'll be honest with you. I have my own fears about the future of our school. It's quite overwhelming when I see how lacking I am, how lacking our school is, and when I dwell in all our weaknesses. But then I am reminded that my confidence is in the Lord. Asking Him for wisdom every day is so important. James 1:5 says, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. Never forget, He has placed you and I, not anyone else, here for a reason. Esther 4:14 says, and who knoweth whether thou art come to the kingdom for such a time as this? Problems and challenges will always be there. Sometimes they will come greater than before. God allows us to experience them to strengthen and prepare us for the challenges ahead. Who knows how long this pandemic and the challenges it has brought us will last? But one thing is for sure, God is in control. Deuteronomy 31 verse 8, it says, and the Lord, He it is that doth go before thee. He will be with thee. He will not fail thee, neither forsake thee. Fear not, neither be dismayed. My dear colleagues, brothers and sisters in Christ, Philippians 1:6 says, being confident of this very thing, that He which hath begun a good work in you will perform it until the day of Jesus Christ. Finally, let me share the beautiful words found in a song by Steve Green that has been inspired by Philippians 1:6. Please allow me to personalize this for us. If the struggle we're facing is slowly replacing our hope with despair, or the process is long and we're losing our song in the night, we can be sure that the Lord has His hand on us. Safe and secure, He will never abandon us. We are His treasure and He finds His pleasure in us. He who began a good work in us will be faithful to complete it in us. Greater things are yet to come. Once again, thank you so much for this opportunity. God bless.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pinami Cargo of His Greatest Christian Academy. It is a great honor to be able to share with you some remote learning center practices that we have here, and also from other schools who shared theirs. I think just like all of you, we started the year both excited and nervous with the thought that we will fare better compared to other non-AC schools because we already have this tested and proven modules, which are the PACES. We already have the system. All we have to do is to make some adjustments here and there to be able to have a smooth transition from school to home. And so we did. We prepared the guidelines. We had brainstorming. We made trainings and simulations for the real thing. We were prepared. And so we thought. But when the school year started, we found out it wasn't really that easy. We met some real challenges. First one is the internet connection. Not all homes are created equal. Not every home has the same internet speed. Some just relied on data from phones, while others had broadbands and fiber connections. Second are the parents. We discovered that many parents had Efficient 6.1 on the reverse. They cannot make their children work. They were not ready for it. There are also working parents with just the yayas at home. And there were also parents who cannot really help their children with their academic problems, especially of the higher levels. And then the third one are the students themselves. They find home as home and has to deal with distractions. And those are just some of the challenges, and I'm sure you can name more. But here are the things that we did here. I'm going to share with you my PowerPoint presentation. Just take a minute. All right. All right. If you can see the PowerPoint presentation, you will notice that it is divided into two columns. The one on the left are the ones on the left are the ones that are the things that we did at the beginning of the school year. And the ones on the right are the changes that we made during that year. So first we have the Facebook and the Messenger group. We started the year with each learning center having their own Facebook group. And what you see there is how a student can join his or her FB group. The FB group is where the announcements are posted, including attendance sheets. The group chat or messenger are the learning center activities. It is where the students get permission for checkups and self-tests, where they send the pages for scoring, where the supervisor or the monitor or the teacher in general gives permission. The teacher scores and rescores. It is actually where the learning center activities are. But changes has to be made as the year progressed, even though the lower years, especially the ABCs in grades 1 and 2, still uses the Facebook group. The higher level opted to discard the FB group and use the group messenger for announcements only. The students were then instructed to ask permission or score pages by sending it directly to the teacher or supervisor's chat account. And the supervisor or the teacher directly answers them. This is because we noticed that messages gets buried by new ones, leading to some students' messages being missed. And another problem was that the group chat room tends to get too noisy, since students really would chat to each other. The second one is the attendance. As you can see on the left, attendance sheets were posted in the FB group, and they comment their pictures along with their goal charts. But after the FB group was discarded, the attendance sheet is posted in the chat room, and they will send their pic directly to the supervisor from 7 a.m. to 7:45. Posting pictures after that time, 7:45, would be considered a star day. Now let's go to goal setting. For the goal setting, no changes except to where it should be sent. Please take note that the target test date plays an important role. It should be hit as much as possible to keep the students on their toes, especially for their projection. For the pace work, we do not allow mechanical pencils. They have to use dark lead pencils so that the teacher, the monitor, or supervisor won't have a hard time reading their work. For the first page, they can send their audio recording, the My Goals, the audio recording clip to the supervisor, and then proceed with their work. They just write down the time the supervisor's thumbs up sign appeared and write them on the space intended for the initial. For the scoring procedure, this is so far the most challenging. This is really the most challenging part of the RLC, because teachers tend to become the scoring stations. They spend most of the time scoring, thus hindering the supervisor's role in giving as much academic support or addressing academic needs of the students. We really hope there will be a better way to do this. As you can see in the PowerPoint presentation, we offered two options. Option one is they will be scoring. They will score their pages by sending pictures of the pages to the supervisor. And the option two is they are going to read their answers to their supervisor. That is when the internet gets bad. Then the supervisor will have to call if they ask for permission to call in order to listen to the students read their answers. But we had some additional tips. What we did is that some learning centers scheduled scoring of paces per subject. Students can only score a certain subject at a certain time. The second one is others require the students to send a page at a time instead of waiting for the score strip so that it can be sent back immediately, thus requiring a shorter time. By the way, never allow the students to send pages to score by bulk. And another thing is if the picture of the page is not clear, send them back and let them send a clearer one. Another is you can actually hire former students, your graduates, if they have time to help with the scoring. You can just schedule them by hour. You can also pay them by hour. Another is if you have senior high students, well, you can schedule them certain hours to help in scoring, which will serve as their work immersion credits. We've asked DepEd about their work immersion since they cannot go to they cannot do it outside. We've asked them, they gave us two options. It's either to let them do another research or let them work. When we ask the students, they would rather work than do research. And so you can actually save because that will be credited as their work immersion. You can just buy them snacks if you want. Make sure that the mistakes are recorded on the teacher's journal in order that the rescoring is monitored. So when they say that they are done scoring, you can always check your journal if it was scored. We also call this the daily log. For example, if they scored English, page 6, and then number 7 and 8 are wrong, so you record the name of the student, the pages that they scored, and the mistakes that they have. So when they say that it's already done, when they rescore, you also have to encircle the numbers that are already rescored. We have to improvise the goal check report to include the scoring logs, but then some teachers simply use their notebooks as their daily log. For the checkups, we did nothing. We did not change anything we did not change the guidelines much, except of course to send their permission to take it. Now, asking oral academic questions before giving permission is very important to help make sure that the student really understand the concept. For the self-test, again, we did not change much, except that the permissions are asked and given through direct messaging. Scriptures can also be recited before turning the page for pace tests. Say the verse. If you notice there, we say the verse or the scripture verse through a video call in blindfold or closed eyes. It's not that we don't trust them. It's just that we are helping them not to cheat. We are helping them. For the pace test, we do not allow pace tests or give new paces unless all paces are turned in. We do not allow that. Tests are done orally or paper and pencil. The teachers will ask questions through phone call and then answer it orally, or they write down and take a picture of it and send it through a messenger. So when they take their paces, you can have them record it on cam in order to prevent cheating. So as much as possible, we do not allow paces for them to bring paces at home. But if they should, especially for the lower years, it should be monitored through videos. In addition, for those students who are very delinquent in their casework, one suggestion that we got was to create a chat room which will include the parents, so that any messages sent to the students by the supervisor will also alert the parents. So that's all. That's our learning center practices here, our remote learning practices here. But I included some things to remember. Parental cooperation plays a very important role in remote learning centers. So you have to get them on board. They should be part of the learning. And let's not be discouraged if we feel overwhelmed with this new setup. It is overwhelming, but we just need to look for solutions, one problem at a time. And we should never forget that this is His work, His ministry. So we just need to ask Him for wisdom every day. So thank you very much. I hope um, this this has helped you, and I hope we will not be discouraged to continue working in this Christian education that God has given to us. This is the ministry that God gave us, and I'm sure He's going to see us through. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Amen. Maraming salamat po sa ating tatlong mga panelists, no, or sharers in terms of the remote learning center education best practices. So we're going to proceed to our question and answer portion, no? And we'll ask Ma'am Pranza to start off with the questions that we have here on our online question forum.
Perhaps a common challenge, but many of the challenges are also unique, no, to your area where you are from. So first on our question is that what support do you find most important during this remote learning center education administration? What do you think is the most important support that you needed and you have received in this remote learning center setup? Who would want to start? Yes, Ma'am Barrera.
Parental support. Kasi, you know, with all of the challenges that we have, you could have the best staff, you could have the most dedicated staff, but because a lot of the learning, the actual learning, takes place at home, without parental support, even the most excellent programs, our modules are excellent. We, I think, have all dedicated staff. I think all of the ladies here will agree with me. But if you don't have parental support, it'll not be as effective. I'm not saying that it's not going to happen, but I don't think it's going to be as effective. And we've seen this. The more that the parents are involved, even if the student would have challenges, they're somehow manageable. You know, so there has got to be a real partnership between the parents and the school. Because even without the connectivity, involved parents, they find ways. They would find a way for their student, for their child to learn. So as the connectivity, as challenging as that connectivity has been, I still think parental support is the one that's the most valuable right now.
Thank you, Ma'am Barrera. Do you agree, Ma'am Rachel and Ma'am Queenie?
Yes, I do agree, ma'am, because you can see the difference between students that have parents that are supporting them and students that the parent seems to be not there at all. There's a big difference. Some we have students that already finished their required cases a lot earlier, and we also have students, because those students have their parents on guard. They have parents with them, but the other students, if they have to extend even during summer because of that. So
Yes.
I agree with Member Barrera.
Ma'am Rachel?
I agree with the both of them. I agree with all of what they said. That was one of the most challenging experiences we had, was having
unsupportive, absent parents. Because at the beginning of the year, it was definitely a transition for everyone. I mean, yes, they were very familiar with the SOT procedures, but still having it at home was quite different. And so a lot of parents found it to be difficult having to do things like the teacher's job. But eventually they saw that if they followed the procedures, that they were there for their students to follow up and all those things, that it works, that our system is very effective. But we found that the parents who were very absent, who would give up easily, we had the most frustration with them. I would almost pull my hair out and the rest of our teachers just listening to their frustration and our frustration, because it was just them not having the patience really to deal and handle their kids. But, it was a difficult time, so we tried to be understanding, but then you see the end result. It wasn't a very good experience for the parents and the students.
And so in connection to that, how do you handle students with a lot of backlogs and their parents are not that involved?
We pray about it first, because really, I mean, we had parents who had a hard time, but we would talk to them. We would send them a message, call them, and then if those don't work, we ask them to come to the school, and we set a meeting with them to come up with a solution how to handle their specific problem. Because we usually ask them, well, what's going on? Is there anything going on with your kid? Maybe they're having emotional problems, Now we found out it was just a lot of it. Kids just did not have the motivation, and it was just a lack of motivation also coming from the parents. So how did we handle it? We cannot really force the parents to do the work that they're supposed to be doing. We cannot go to their house and do the work for them. So you could only, as educators at school, you could only do so much. After that, you just kind of, I don't know if that makes sense, because there's nothing else that you can do if you've done everything. If you've done all sorts of follow-up, motivation from the school. We even had a couple parents that never showed up at all. We would call them and would send them messages, text messages, and they wouldn't come to a meeting that we had set. So I don't know. I'm also trying to figure out how to handle those kinds of parents. If there's anyone that can give suggestions.
Ma'am Queenie, yes.
What we did since Valencia City is not really before, we have this, we don't have a lot of cases here, COVID cases. So we were not as strict. So what we did is, for students that have really those having a problem, is that we schedule them to at least come to school 2 to 3 times a week for an hour, just to set them straight, just to keep the momentum, or to put them back to their momentum. And then after that, they can do the rest at home. So that's what we did. But then now we are sort of the number one hotspot here in Bukidnon, so we cannot do that anymore. But that is what we did. Somehow it helped. And then we also included it's actually the parents who asked us that their kids will use their messenger, so that whatever messages we send, they will know. Because at home, the yayas are the only ones at home and they are working. So when the messages are sent, they will know, and they have to call at home to make sure that, just to follow up if their kids are working.
Amborera,
Yeah.
how did you handle cases of unfinished
first off,
goals?
what Ms. Carbonilla said is true. And I don't know if the two ladies also agree with me, that the parents who were not involved when we were still face-to-face are the same parents that remain uninvolved, right? Okay, so they're both nodding their heads. So, all right. We can only do so much. But it's very observable. And what we could do is give them a barrage of information, so that at the end of the day, at the end of each quarter, when the student does not make it, or you have to tell them, and send them a letter that the student is conditional or will be retained, they cannot say that they did not know, that they were not informed. Okay, because that's the beauty of group chats. What my supervisors do, they take screenshots of their conversation. It was seen. Sometimes there's even a thumbs up sign from the parent. Sometimes there's a comment. Okay, copy, noted on this. Thank you, teacher. Then send that. And then when they say, but how come I did not know about this? The supervisors are very quick to send a picture of that, stating that, wait, we did send you, the date is there, and you said noted. So, and we utilize over communication. I learned this early on from one of the older sisters of one of our students. Sabi niya, we need to over communicate. So I took that. Sabi ko, okay, sige, sabi ko, over communicate tayo. So group chat, we have a separate parent FB group that's private for parents only. So if they are not on FB, then they could do group chats. We do emails and we retain our SOTEX. Aside from this, I know what Ma'am Queenie said, to separate the account. But so that I myself do not miss any message, I was included in all of the group chats, in the individual group chats. So all of the teachers have what we call a team group chat, where it's the supervisor, the monitor that's directly involved with the student, the one who checks the goals, the student himself or herself, and then the parents. And then there's me. So all of the communication, all of the corrections happen in that group chat. So we maintain the privacy. Nobody gets corrected in public in a group chat. So we're very, very careful to maintain that. But because it's only the parents that are there, then they would receive notification. And because there are so few members, it's not as flooded. So they could send a thumbs up when the congratulations slip is sent there, when the daily work performance is sent and all. So, but yeah, after all of the methods have been exhausted of communicating, and you still get no response, we start with prayer, we end with earnest prayer. We have to tell the team, we need to pray for the parents. We need to pray for the parents because they make the world of difference.
Thank you. So here's a follow-up question. Can you give at least 3 instances of infractions or disciplinary measures you imposed on RLCE setting? Ma'am Barrera, yes, please.
Because I think what's common with the 3 schools represented here is that we utilize the FB Messenger, right? As our major tool of communication. But I agree with Ma'am Queenie when she said, sometimes the group chat becomes too noisy, right? Okay. So, and no matter how much you no personal chatting here, please, and all. For a lot of students that work, they apologize. Yes, ma'am, sorry, and all. But there would be those that are called repeat offenders. So what the supervisors quickly do is they take them out. Okay, the supervisors, the administration, he's the administrator of the group chat. So, take out. Ayan, take out siya. And the students, of course, they would not get notifications, they would not get announcements and all of that. They will not get the Zoom link for the morning devotion. So a lot of them, you only have to do it once. Okay. And then a warning privately between supervisor and student takes place. And then the student is get back in. So that's one. That's an infraction. Kasi sometimes, the group chats tend to become too noisy, especially with some more older students.
Ma'am Rachel, can you share any instance wherein you applied any disciplinary measure in a RLC setting?
I think we didn't really have something like that happen. I think we had the students, for the most part, the students and the parents are pretty good at keeping their boundaries as to what they can say or what they're ought to do in the messenger and the groups. We were very strict, like we were very set with our procedures from the very beginning, the things that they can and cannot do. the things that they were not allowed to do. And if there were any cases, when there were any cases where somebody would say something out of line or whatever, or maybe the kids were late on checking their work online, because we do Facebook groups and we don't use Zoom, so we basically you see if they've seen the post that we've made, but we don't really, sometimes there's really no guarantee that they actually watch it until the activity is set or they've answered it. So we just try to call them. We call them, we send them a text message, we personally communicate with them if there was anything that needed to be addressed with the parents or the students themselves.
Ma'am Queenie, any instance or experience in applying a disciplinary measure in a remote learning center platform?
Actually, we had a problem of the chat room being too noisy. So yeah, our supervisor just removed the student for a while, and then only when their parents would ask the supervisor to put them back, that is the only time they are brought back, just to inform the parents that they are under discipline. But for most of the time, the problems that we had are for the goals that has to be finished. So that is actually the problem, because of the target test date. Sometimes they go beyond. So far, that is just the problem. The chat group being too noisy. That is the only discipline. There's no detention anymore. I don't know the merits, so that is the only thing we can do for now.
Thank you. Early on, the most common challenge, and I think Ma'am Queenie mentioned that earlier in her talk, is that of scoring. So is that still a challenge for you? So if it's still a challenge, how are you coping? Or have you adjusted well with the scoring procedure that you have applied in remote learning? So yes, Ma'am Barrera.
From the supervisors, the scoring is quicker now, okay, than when we began, because the students, even the younger ones, are familiar with the setup already. And as long as they proceed with the with the setup, then there are minimal problems. However, scoring still remains a challenge. Right now we've just begun the summer enhancement, so the ones who are doing catch up, they began today as well. So I have a part of the PCST team is training now and then tomorrow, but then some of us would also be in the second leg because somebody has to man the summer school. But that would continue, I think, to be a part of the question, like what Mom Queenie said, what or was Rachel, what did we do well? How could we improve? Because that's still, one of my supervisors commented with the previous year, she said, I felt that we became nothing more than score keys, and Mom, I really could not do my work as a supervisor. So, and that's the cry, I think, of all supervisors, because we're so used to being involved in the lives of our students and establishing a relationship with them so that we could interact with them and have it on a deeper level, spiritual level. But yeah, I think if there are ways that we could still improve, that would be it, yung scoring. There's been a lot of improvement, but nothing compared when we were face to face.
Yes.
Yeah, Miss Rachel, anything to add to that?
It's about the same with us. It was a challenge at the beginning because the parents were not accustomed to scoring or to help us with it. So as soon as they got adjusted to it, it was fine. They were, we have them, like everyone else, take a picture and all kinds of things. And the big problem with us when it comes to that is really connectivity. Because I remember there was a time, we had 3 days wherein we had very low internet service, and there was nothing we could do about it. I mean, it was very frustrating, but what can you do? There's nothing. Those are things beyond our control. So we communicated with our parents right away. We sent them text messages, and we told them what they could do in the meantime, because they cannot move forward until they've scored. So we asked them to focus on, for example, the mini classes, the lectures, or those additional assignments that the students could work on, for that matter.
Yes, Pastor, would you want to ask a question?
Actually, I have a question. There are a number of questions here, but there's one
Yeah.
that just came to my mind because, of course, most of our three panelists basically discuss about the learning center procedures.
Yes.
But how did you incorporate something in the learning center, like when you started? Because it's like very routinary for most students, no? Did you incorporate something that would make the learning center situation more exciting? Something that they look forward to every morning or towards the end of the day? Yeah.
Yes, Ma'am Barrera.
Yes. We incorporated, well, especially for the lower level, just so that they could, when students would first appear at 7:30 or so for the devotions, you would see that they just woke up, that they're very lethargic and all of that. So the supervisors or the teams began to incorporate a little bit of movement exercises that they could do with music. And so that's one of the things that that proved very effective. For our attendance is connected with the morning devotion, so you have to be there. We do give you a little time, and then if you were unable to log in on time for the devotions, that means your attendance is in question, and you're not accepted for scoring. Okay, so the parents have to send an excuse letter, but that helped a lot when they know that there would be something fun that they would be doing at the beginning of each day. And at the end of the day, some of our learning center teams would do trivia games. Like one would be, okay, who's going to recite the multiplication table for table of 3? Can you do this? And then some of them would, they even have the roulette, that you do online. So via Zoom, you give a permission for a student to just spin it, and then the reward could be something that's small lang, playtime with a pet or something like that. Just something to end the day on a positive note. So you do get more engagements. And then within the year, I am so grateful for the student council, because students developed fun activities for fellow students, and there was more engagement there. And you can't join if you're not finished goals for the day, or if you did not fulfill your requirements and all of that. So there's actually some academic obligations and responsibilities attached to them, because the kids found that it's so fun that they did a lot better on the requirement side.
Queenie? Yes.
One of our learning center also had this merit money and merit store. We still have that. Some of our learning centers still have that. So every Friday is merit store day. So every time the parents come to get their places, to pick up their places, we include the congratulation slips and the merit money that they earned. And then that Friday will be a merit store. It's like an online store with give the prize, and then whoever will say mine first to be able to get that prize, and then they can pick it up later. So it's like an online selling part, and they enjoy it very much. It's one of the things that we do aside from the devotionals in the morning.
Ms. Rachel?
For us, we usually just did the regular devotion, like the things that they were routinely used to at school. But I'll be honest with you, a lot of our focus was on keeping it interesting for preschool and lower level. This is one of the things that we discussed, that we forgot a lot of things when it came to higher level in the junior high school and senior high school. So those are the things that we are evaluating right now, what we teach. Because even with our merit store, we completely forgot about it. I know that's not a good thing, but I'm just being honest. So we just we were working on kind of like a survival mode last year. So, there were so many things that we could do better. And so I'm glad to hear their ideas of what we could do this year.
Wow, thank you so much. Ma'am Franza, there's one question here. Is it
Yes,
okay
sir.
to no longer qualify a child to enroll next school year due to the lack of cooperation from the parents? Anybody could answer that?
Yes.
This is an administrative question as well, from from the from the PopCon or from the EdCon. Um, we see that the most difficult in management would be financial management. I do not know if the ladies here would agree, but our enrollment was down, and I think Pastor Eric mentioned a certain percentage, no, na yung mga schools natin. It's not only us. Okay, I think it's most, if not all, private schools, no. Would you allow a student to enroll? If there's been very limited or no parent cooperation. I actually have one family in mind, and as I believe it was the end of the third quarter when I had a conference with the dad, and I asked him, "Do you want to withdraw your boy, from PCST, because whatever it is that we do is definitely not working, and we do not know what to do anymore, because no matter what we do, he's really not engaged, and there's very little that we've gotten from the parent. In fact, I think that was my second or my third conference lang within the year. That's very unusual, because I do know that the supervisor would try to communicate. So I put that challenge out, but he said, "Mom, I don't want my son to ever think that it's okay to not study. So please, would you accept him?" Now, I also remember that Pastor Eric said, if they still continue to trust the school for the education, then we could always give them another try, another chance. And I think I would opt for that, but there has got to be some very explicit agreements, possibly before you begin the school year, and then and then check more often, and really bear down and insist on communicating with the parent directly. There was even a time they said they could not, they don't have Facebook, he's on the field, there's no connectivity where he is. So I agreed to a phone conference, supervisor, myself, and then the dad. And it was not ideal, but as long as we knew that he was trying his best to communicate, so yeah, at least we got his attention. But we had to tell him, your son will have to be retained this year because he did not do enough. Not even to satisfy minimal requirements. So he understands that, but as far as I know, that student would still be enrolling with us next year. Although the challenge again, I gave him that option. If you wish to move your son to another school where he could maybe be more effective, but the dad said, "Mom, wala na po eh. This is if this will not work, nothing will." Basically, that's where the dad's coming from. So, to me, because we do not know exactly the family dynamics and what everyone is going through, I would suggest to maybe be a little bit more compassionate. If I would err in judgment, I would prefer to err on the compassionate side.
Okay.
That's just me. I don't know how the ladies feel about it.
Oh, I agree. I agree with Nambarera. Last year, we really extended a lot of grace to our students, and until this time, because we finished our school year on April 30th. So there were about, I would say at least 3 students at least that had a really hard time. And if it is a parent who is willing to work with the system, and even if they're having a hard time, they're willing to work with us, then we will always accept that, that student. But oftentimes the parents have made their decision for us. Because those that have had a hard time, they've pretty much just said, okay, we're leaving. We can't handle this anymore. And so when we look at the situation, we try to evaluate, is this the parent and student worth keeping? Is there any way that we can talk to them to maybe change their mind if they will work with the system? But oftentimes when they make the decision, if we see that it is the parent or student that really will not work with the system, that refuse to take any advice or anything that we tell them, so we just let them go. Money is very important, yes, right now, because all of us are having a hard time. So I wouldn't just say, okay, but there's only what you can do up to certain points, and the rest of the time, the parents, most of them make the decision to move their kids to the public school at that, because it's easier for them. They say they don't have time. They have to balance work and school of their kids, and most of them prefer just focusing on their work rather than focusing on their kids' school. So it's a sad reality, but that's pretty much a lot of what we're facing right now.
Ma'am Queenie, would you want to add to that? Because I think this will be our last question for this morning, because we're running out of time.
Okay. Okay. That is, if as long as the parents are willing to work together, as long as they promise that they will work with us, then of course we can accept that. One of the things that we are planning to do for enrollments is for the next school year is that we will have to have a sit-down interview / orientation between the parents, the teacher, and the student for enrollment requirement. One room, social distancing and everything. We just want the parents and the student to know that there is really a physical teacher. That sometimes they forget that there is no, because everything is online, they think that the teachers are not really there. So we just want to have that agreement and for the teacher to explain everything and the target test date and the projection and all the stuff to the student and the parent, just to help eliminate later problems. That will be the first time we're going to do it on this kind of setup.
So thank you once more, our dear distinguished ladies, for sharing your experiences. It's quite heartwarming for me to be able to learn how our theories discussed last year are being put into practice, and to really see God's hand and God's moving in each of your lives. And somehow that is an assurance that since you're coming from different locations, that God is indeed moving in all of our schools. And so back to you, Pastor Eric.
Well, thank you so much, Ma'am Pranza, and of course, our panelists on RLCE best practices. It is obvious in our attempt to be uniform in our learning center procedures, we also do recognize that there will be unique situations for each student, for each school, or even for each locality. The important thing is, like what Juan Barrera said earlier in her session, stay as close as possible to our proven structure and procedures. So, we've come to the end of our day one, and despite all the technical challenges we encountered, we are here. We started off with Sir Hoagie charging us to remain faithful to the ACE School of Tomorrow system. He reminded us that we do what we do will not just be for the present generation, but for the generations to come, if the Lord does not return yet. May we not lose sight of our vision to train godly leaders. We would like to thank Sir Hoagie and of course Ma'am Grace Kaiser, Ma'am Harriet Barrera, Ma'am Queenie May Cargo, and Ma'am Rachel Mar Carbonilla for sharing their time, their hearts, and their insights to all of us. Please be reminded that our CET webinar is not designed to take the place of our usual CET pace work. Our lessons are designed to steer us up in our roles as administrators, supervisors, and monitors. due to the limitations and the varying community quarantine levels in different parts of the country and also in Cambodia, we cannot schedule a general CET pace work. We'll be releasing information on how you can attend a face-to-face CET in your area, especially for first and second time trainees. Information will also be released for those who are interested in conducting in-house training for new learning center staff. Okay, so just a reminder here, the portal is now okay. So on behalf of Ma'am Maria Mimosa Pranza and the leadership of School of Tomorrow Philippines, this is Pastor Eric saying goodbye for now and see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. God bless you all.